and Khoisan leaders, Morena Neo Mopedi, the youngest traditional leader, Oteng Monararona, a very committed person, chairperson of the Free State House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, Morena Neo Mopedi, deputy chairperson of the Free State House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, Khoisan, all of us who o hendi hakakang, you know, ho thwe kana go ngwe modimo fa batho o teng ha ga hona mona director general Ntate Kopung o teng mona ha ga hona, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and if onale e ke mosileng ke kopa tshwarelo e re ke re fela dumelang ka jeno hoseng. I would like to start by acknowledging and appreciating the presence of the chairperson of the interministerial task team, which has been set up by the President Ndate Cyril Ramaphosa to respond to the issue raised by the traditional and Khoisan leaders. Deputy President, you were here just 3 weeks ago visiting the House of Traditional Leaders. And I think time has come for us, because just 3 weeks ago, you're here with us. We must just hold side so that we make sure that Free State iba lehaela how. Your quick return to the Free State to engage with all of our traditional and Khoisan leaders reaffirms the government's commitments to prioritizing. Traditional leadership remains a critical partnership in building social consensus. I would also like to congratulate the Free State House of Traditional Leaders on their election of the youngest member of Morena Neo Alfred Mopedi as the chairperson. Indeed, he is the youngest, very energetic and really prepared to turn around the situation in the Free State. The June election was a serious show of confidence that young people can indeed take over the country. And indeed, they are trying to turn around and to assist the government to build the Free State we want. As part of our nation-building programs in the Free State, we continue to celebrate annual cultural days for the life-recognized cultural communities. The traditional leadership has a strong relationship with provincial government in hosting the annual Basotho New Year celebration. Just recently, we have celebrated the New Year Basotho Year. Whew, what an event! What an event! Ke le tjena ka ba ka ikutlwa hore ke Mosotho, ka ba ka ikutlwa hore ke tshwantswe ke reneketse ke re ke Mokwena wa Maila Mangwathela, and I was really very proud to be Mosotho. Ke rata ho leboha haholo ka karolo e nkuweng ke marena a rona in that event, and I just hope hore re etse jwalo ho feta ka mokgo re entseng ka teng. On the 6th of August, I joined the festives for the Basotho New Year at Basotho Cultural Village at Puta Dichaba. We promoted culture and encouraged our people to use our languages. We are aware that in the Free State, we have a population of 2.9, and out of 2.9, 1.7 people are Sesotho-speaking people. And then 300 and something thousand are Afrikaners. After Afrikaners, Xhosa-speaking people with 100 and something thousand. After Xhosa-speaking is Zulu people with almost 120,000 people. After Zulu-speaking is Setswana with almost 90-something thousand people. Thereafter, at the end, English with 34,000 people. And we were saying, but what is shocking is that we are prioritizing English more than Sesotho. Re ruta bana ba rona sekgowa ho feta Sesotho. Bana ba rona ha ba tsebe Sesotho at all. Bana ba rona ba nka yona ena ya batho ba 34, ba e etsa yane ya batho ba 1.7. And we were saying there is a say that says, the nation that destroys its own language is a nation that destroys itself. Re fane ka lefatshe, jwale re fana ka puo. So we decided there, we must make sure that we prioritize our language. Bana ba rona ba tshwantse ba tsebe puo ya habo bona. Even our grandchildren, they don't know hore ntate ke eng. Ba ba bona ntate ba re daddy. When you say no, daddy ki ntate, what is that? We don't know. There's no daddy, mona gogo. There's baba. There's no baba here. There's ntate. They don't know their own language. So remember, the nation that destroys its language is a nation that destroys itself. So re tshwantse re emeng ka maoto, re etse bonnete hore bana ba rona ba tseba Sesotho sa bo bona, puo ya bo bona, Sezulu, Sexhosa, Sesotho, ba tsebe puo tsa bo bona. Re se ke ra fedisang dipuo batho ba heso, re tla be re ipolaya la ho qetela. Ma-China bua China sa bo bona, ba batla toloko. Jwale ha motho a ka pota sekgowa, re mo tsheha hore re re o domo. Impa ha bua Sesotho, re bona le yena he a sa hlalefang. Ha bua sekgowa hantle, o ba dilo tse ba sekgowa, impa ha bua Sesotho, re metsa ntho ya ho bapala. So things must change and prioritize our own languages. Otherwise, we are busy re ipolaya rona ka bo rona. The involvement of traditional leaders in such a programs should not only be for entertainment and celebration, we talk about Makufe, but it should also be meaningful and economically beneficial to rural communities. It is about time that our rural communities become also economical active. Babe very involved who economic. Ha ke bona hantle se kwasena motho no na batla hore batho ba bo rona le bona ba be involved more economic ditšhelete, ba be very involved who economical. Iska ba re batho ba bo rona ba tlo dance fela ba etse eng. Even in economical they must be involved. Ka mantswe mang re batla hore ha re etsa Makufe batho ba bo rona ebe karolo ya ho ba tšheleteng ya Makufe. Ba se ke ba bitswa fela tlo le tlo dancer, ba se ke ba bitswa fela tlo le tlo etsa eng kapa eng e etsahalang ho Makufe. They must be part of it and they must benefit out of it, not hore ba bitswe fela mono e tlo ba batho ba khabisang ba etsang eng mara e le hore tšheleteng mogopotsong ha hona ntho e ba e tholang. Out of that budget they must also benefit out of it. But first, we have to sort out the challenges that face by our traditional leadership. I always say other countries are really respecting their traditional leadership. Baya ba khumamela, ba ba ntse marena, ba ba hlompha. But rona, our traditional leaders, re banke ka re ke ntho tsa ho bapala. Izinto fanele si jige. We must know that we are where we are because of this traditional leadership. Ka hobane ba ile ba nka karolo ntweng ya tokoloho, ha se bathwana fela. That is why it's important for us as government to make sure that ha re shera taba tsa di land tsa lefatshe, the traditional leaders must also get land so that ba tsebe ho fa batho ba bona lefatshe. We must make sure that we work together with them. The Free State has a limited number of senior traditional leaders to serve in the houses. This has an impact in the establishment of the local and provincial houses. It is important that the context of the province should be considered to ensure that fair representation of traditional leaders in all structures of government. As government, we remain committed to advancing land ownership. I am aware that the landness is an issue that continues to come up during our engagement with traditional leaders. Rinkile qeto re le mmuso wa Free State hore ha nnete out of 2.9 million population e teng ka hara Free State, bana ba habo rona ba basweu ba 668,000 And how sheba lefatshe la rona la Free State, batho bana ba 668 ba owner 72% ya lefatshe. Ka mantswe a mang, re ntse re lwanang re le bang fela mona, re tloetse ntho ya bohlokwa e leng lefatshe la bontatantatamu la rona. So re nkile qeto re le mmuso wa Free State hore lefatshe le re entseng audit ya lona re le Free State le ownwang ke rona mmuso la Public Works, re tshwanela ho le ntsha ka potlako re sa senye nako, ene re etse bonnete ba hore le marena rona a fumantshwe lefatshe hobane re siuwe ke nako. Re tloeleng ho lwana, re tloeleng ho kgesanang, re shebane le ntho tsantseng re shebe ile lefatshe la bontatamu la rona. So re sentse re qadile re ntsha lefatshe le re na le lona di regioning tsena tse 5 le marena rona le bona ba tla fumantshwa lefatshe re siuwe ke nako. Time is against us. Ke nahana hore le tla opela matsoho he eno taba. There is ene ke a tseba hore morena Neo Mopedi o motjha ha bapallwe o santsa dutsi mona molaleng. Hole hwa etsala phoso ha ne re fa bo botlokwa lefatshe le marara ilukisa ba bone re le galwana re ntse re le hodima yona taba eo ba thotse le marara khotsofala marara lwana re tshwanela ho ntsha lefatshe ha ona taba engwe ke focus jwale ya lefatshe le ho jala. There is also a need to build more the palaces for our traditional leaders. Tsamaya lo sheba mafatsheng a mang hore marena dula matlong a jwang a rona ntsa dula matlong ke sa batleng ho bua ka ona. We must make sure that we prioritize that thing, and we must stop now talking and discuss about it. We must make sure that dintho di a etsahala. Re launchile operation last week, Operation Petisa. Hobane re tle ka leano la hore re buile, re qetile, re tseba ntho batho ba rona ba e hlokang, ke nako ya hore jwale re phethise. Operation Petisa. Stop talking but implement. Infrastructure development in rural communities is also a problem that we have to address. Haholo ka tsela e potlakileng. Re a bona hore batho ba bo rona mindset tsa bona di ntse di lahlehile. Vandalism, batho ba bo rona ba ya vandalizer le mo ba sa tshwanelang ho senya. I think rona le lona marena, we must stand firm and hold hands and make sure how do we protect tabadena ya vandalism. We must make sure how do we protect our country. We must make sure how do we protect our province, because vandalism, drugs, abuse of women and children are really destroying our country and our province. We have traditional council offices that are dilapidated, and our traditional councils are in need of more. They need more funding. Without sufficient budget, it is indeed difficult to run activities and implement programs. I just hope the little budget that we are having, we'll use it correctly. And please remember, my doors are open. Anytime when you need us, we are there. Sometimes we are not available, kabakala mosebetsi o teng, but I'm sure the leaders are aware hore my doors are open. Ene ke a tseba hore mofumahadi ka tabeng ya gender-based violence o strong haholo, o dula butsi, o dula atla a re thusa, and we appreciate that. But despite the challenges, I remain sure that today's engagement will serve as a fertile soil for positive fruits to emerge. Ke le lakaletsa mahlonono, modimo a be le lona. It is not easy, but there is nothing that we can do. We must not quit. We must fight together until re be re fihlella seo re tshwanetseng ho se fihlella. God will help us to fix everything. Ha re ka ra tshwaranang mmoho. Ke a leboha. Ka ntle ho tshenyo ya nako, hobane mosebetsi o mongata, let me not waste time. Let me present the Deputy President Ere Moratang haholo, who is always with us, very committed. Ha tshepisi fela yena, o tshepisa yetsa. Deputy President wa rona David MABUZA, ha re ka ema ra mo amohela ka matsoho a mate. Over to you, Deputy President.
Thank you.
Ha ra tla lefuhle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Premier of the Free State Province, Chairperson of the National House. Good to see you again. Our Chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, and the Deputy Chairperson. Our Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Bapela and Deputy Minister Squatcher, members of the Provincial Executive Committee, if they are here, our mayors, and all our traditional leaders who have made it possible to be here today. Thank you very much. All our senior government officials, right from the DG to everyone who's here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I wish to take this opportunity to convey our sincere gratitude and appreciation to you, Premier, for welcoming us to this beautiful province of the Free State. Well, I forgot, Premier, today that it's my birthday. Forgot. And there's nothing planned on this day. I'm happy that you took the trouble to sing. And that's it. It's only a song, people singing, and that's the end of any activity planned for the day. This one was not planned. Normally, I spend the day thinking about issues that affect our people. We spend the day trying to make a difference in the life of our people. So it's a special day today, and I'm with special people, our traditional leaders. I'll never forget the day that it was my birthday and I was with traditional leaders. We're talking. So it's special. Premier, thank you very much for hosting this engagement with traditional leaders to try and deliberate on a number of issues that continue to affect the life, the standing, and the leadership role of our traditional leaders in areas of development and in areas of service delivery. We also acknowledge your leadership, Premier, in trying very hard to foster this relationship, this partnership with your government and traditional leaders. This partnership is very important because our traditional leaders live with our people. They live with our traditional communities, and these are the communities that are very much hard hit about issues of service delivery. We also want to thank you, our traditional leaders, for availing yourself today, taking the trouble to come to this meeting, participate in today's deliberations. This is the beginning of a journey that we must sustain. We must keep talking about the issues that affect us, and we must change our situation. Now, this partnership must not end today. It must continue to grow for the sake of our people that we lead. We've got a duty, all of us, to change their situation. Traditional leaders remain very central in the task of building a country, building safe and cohesive communities, and ensuring that our history and our heritage, our language, is celebrated and is preserved for generations and generations to come. In the face of all these social ills that are confronting us as a nation, traditional leaders remain central in providing the essential leadership, play a role working together with government to confront these issues and deepen the culture of human rights. Respect for life, respect for women, respect for children. As leaders, as traditional leaders and government, collectively we have got a role to play in reversing the scourge of crime, gender-based violence, substance abuse within our communities. We must give our communities hope for the future. So, working together with yourself as traditional leaders, not competing for any space, we will be able to confront all the challenges that we face as a people, all the challenges that we face as a nation. We're confronted with high unemployment rate, we're confronted with poverty, service delivery issues. You can see our people every day are marching there and there. We need collective hand, collective leadership to address these challenges. I can assure you that nothing is impossible where there's a will. We must address underdevelopment, infrastructure deficit in our rural communities. This requires that as government, we deliberately invest in rural communities, ensure that we provide the necessary infrastructure that will bring water, that will improve sanitation, electricity, roads, so that our people can be connected, can go to work, can go to schools, can access their health facilities. It is common knowledge that as traditional leaders, you have raised these issues again and again with government, and at times you felt frustrated that government is not listening to your issues. Now, the president took it upon himself to appoint an interministerial task team that is led by the deputy president with a number of ministers to try and confront the challenges that are affecting traditional leaders. We have started the journey of addressing these issues. Some issues, there's progress that we've made. Some issues are still in the pipeline. So I must confirm that there is commitment at the highest level of government, at the level of the president. Your concerns have finally reached his office, and he has responded. That's why we're here. And we are not going to abandon this journey. We know that it can be a very long and tedious journey. Some people are going to take over this journey as we move. But finally, we've got hope that at the end of the day, the issues that affect our traditional leaders and their communities will be addressed. The dialogue that we've had with the traditional leaders after the opening of the National House, thanks to the national chairperson of the traditional and Khoisan Leaders House, for making that opportunity available that we sit and discuss. We must sustain this. We must sustain this. We must stop pointing fingers at each other. We must stop quarreling. Let's find solutions on all the issues that are confronting us. So today we're going to present reports about some of the work that we've done, and will allow you to raise issues that you feel must be raised, so that we take these issues and record them in our radar screen. And from time to time, we'll undertake this outreach program to give you progress on these issues. We'll come again and again to say, now we are here. So we'll provide updates on these issues. We've categorized these issues according to a number of streams, sectors, what is affecting our people in terms of land. It's led by agriculture. What is affecting our people in terms of safety, it's led by the police. So we've created all these streams so that we can respond to the issues that are affecting you. But most importantly, Premier, we must isolate, because not all the issues are directly affecting national government. There are issues that a province, the municipality can play a role. so that all of us must join hands and ensure that we confront these matters. It's not good that we have attained freedom, but this freedom has not translated to our people living in traditional communities. They've never seen piped water. Some, they've never seen electricity. Some have not seen roads. We might say to them, freedom, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. Well, today we are taking this meeting just 2 months after we have had our Communal Land Summit. I'm sure you'll be briefed about the outcomes of that summit. Let's take that discussion very serious. Now, that discussion will pave and open a way for us collectively to make communal land productive for our people. We can produce food. We can fight hunger using our land. Of course, we must find ways and means of getting a coordinated support from government, nationally, provincially, to support our traditional communities to till the land so that we can fight poverty and hunger. So, feel free to engage as we try and shape our situation to address your issues. I'm looking forward to a very fruitful meeting. Don't hold back. Say what you feel. And we're here to listen and to take up these issues so that finally we address them. I'm happy to be taking this engagement on this special day in my life. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DP. We are hopeful that the conversation will be enriching and assisting us to resolve some of the outstanding issues amongst the traditional and Khoisan leaders. I take the opportunity to present Deputy Minister Bapela, who will be dealing with overview on government's coordinated response towards addressing matters raised by traditional and Khoisan leaders. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, DG and of the province, and greetings to His Excellency Deputy President David MABUZA, and in the birthday language they will say happy birthday boy. That is the birthday language, yeah, please, it stays there. And then Honorable Premier of the Free State, Ms. Fora Ntombela, Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, my co-accused, Mr. Mcebisi Skwacha. On matters of traditional land, you will hear how I am a co-accused with him there. Driven by the Deputy President really to the results that he will be presenting. Honorable Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Mayor Nkosikazi Mhlawuli la umme, umama Eastern Cape, Life Free State umme. Chairperson of the Free State House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Leaders, Morena Neo Mupedi, Deputy Chairperson of the Free State House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosikgadi Kgabo Moroka, members of the Free State House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, the Khoisan leaders that are also represented here through their organization, government officials, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy President, we have requested that I provide an overview of government-coordinated response on matters raised by traditional and Khoisan leaders. We have already touched on some of them, but I'll just have to give a bit of background and punctuate in terms of where things are. As we call it, the Mahlamba-Ndlovu commitment by yourself, Deputy President, and His Excellency President Ramaphosa was entered to with the traditional leaders, supported by the Minister of Culture, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. This was held in February 2022. And this has led to the establishment of the Inter-Ministerial Task Team, IMTT, as a result of the issues that were presented over a period of time by various decisions and gatherings of traditional leaders. The first, obviously, was the 2017 Indigenous Indaba, which was held from the 29th of May to 2nd of June, in which certain resolutions were taken. Secondly, it was Chivizo, which was held on the 16 to 19 September 2019 in Mpumalanga, Bombela, where also matters were raised. The third was the assessment by the National House of Traditional Leaders in 2018 to check how far have we moved in the implementation since decisions were taken. And then obviously the fourth being a delegation led by the President of Contralesa that met with you and the President and presented the very same issues that have been presented by traditional leaders. And hence the establishment of the IMTT by Cabinet as a response of a collective effort by government to all the issues was then established, and it is chaired by the Deputy President himself. And that is why we are here today, to come and give a response in terms of progress on some of the issues and then work in progress on those areas that are still going on. The whole guidance, it's based on the development plan or Vision 2030, NDP as we know it, of uniting all South Africans around a common program of eliminating poverty and reducing inequality, developing an integrated and inclusive rural economy, focusing on key capabilities of both people and the country, and building strong leadership through society that work together to solve the problem. So all of us were guided by that visionary statement of the National Development Plan 2030. You can go into it, and exactly whatever we're going to be doing and saying, we should be guided by this. Also, taking cognizance that the Constitution does recognize traditional leaders as stated in Chapter 12 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It is the shortest chapter in the Constitution, and I know in the issues that you have raised, you wanted amendments on that Chapter 12 and Chapter 7 of the Constitution so that it can reflect wider rather than just relying on the law. You also want the Constitution to express exactly the role of the traditional leaders. And therefore, I'm bringing this statement so that we know that we are not working in isolation of a guide, the Constitution and the National Development Plan. We also have looked at various pieces of legislation that have been passed and programs that continue to be implemented towards government and traditional leaders jointly pursuing the objective of development of communities. So all those pieces of programs and legislations are recalled into this work of the IMTT, which will then be working to be guided by those pieces of legislation. As part of ongoing efforts to bridge this gap, the following are some of the notable efforts that have been made over time to resolve the matters at hand. What the indigenous Indaba had said we should do, one was communal land currently held in trust. What the traditional leaders have asked is that land must be transferred to the original owners, in the custodians of traditional leaders, who will hold the land on behalf of their people. And there were timelines, obviously, that could not be met at the time, but then work is now progressing well in terms of now beginning to fulfill. And when Deputy Minister Skwaja comes in, you'll be able to elaborate the 2 months ago meeting on the communal land and summit that was held in Johannesburg at Birchwood, in which then issues were further processed by yourselves and all the people and the participants towards Cabinet taking a view and a decision so that we could then begin to see the implementation plan emerging towards the fulfillment. And that is Skwacha otla bua ka yona ka botlalo. And amongst others was the spatial planning and land use management and the amendment of SPLUMA as part one of the issues in that. And I'm glad therefore that the issue of amending SPLUMA seems to be a consensus that has emerged, particularly in the summit, because in the 2017, it was said SPLUMA must be scrapped. And then yet, when we went to the summit, at least through engagement and discussion, we had agreed to that. The third is the radical economic development in traditional communities, those that are in customary land and those who are not in customary land. How do we begin to look at the rural economic development? And then luckily the National House has brought in what they called Invest Rural Master Plan, which was given to the President, to the Deputy President. We are looking at it also as the IMTT in terms of what are the issues raised, so that when we give that response package, it will also include some of the issues in the Invest Rural Master Plan, and then be able then to then say, what is it that we say about the rural economy? We also had raised the issue of the institutional capacity and support, which I'll also respond to them in terms of the work streams that have now been established towards finding a solution. Issue of social cohesion and nation building and constitutional and legislative mandate. Obviously, on the Constitution is the amendment of the Constitution, Chapter 12 and Chapter 7. Social cohesion and nation building, that we are here building a new South Africa that can be a South Africa for all. So those are the issues that were then raised in all these particular meetings that I've already alluded to. Now the IMTT has been put in place, and the IMTT will be guided by 7 priorities in this 6th administration. And then some of them, without mentioning all, is the economic transformation and job creation as an anchor. 2, education, skills, and health. 3, consolidating the social wage through the reliable and quality basic services. How do we begin to also see services reaching those places, as Deputy President has alluded to? And then spatial integration, human settlements, and local government that is functional and able to deliver on these services. And then the social cohesion and safer communities, the issue of crime being one of the added elements in all these issues. At the center of this work, obviously, the chair of the IMTT is the Deputy President, as already alluded, and the following are the members. Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs takes overall leadership and coordination on all technical teams and technical matters that must be processed by the DGs of all the departments that are mentioned and listed, and ensuring therefore that a response package does emerge, so that when the Deputy President convenes a meeting on progress we are able then to say where we are. The Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy will be focusing mainly on how do we accrue the benefits from mining activities to communities in areas under traditional leaders, because this was also brought in as a matter of concern, and therefore they are busy working on developing a policy position, if not there, to then say this is what is there and this is what we think we need to do to go forward to ensure that there's benefit of the mines to those communities that are hosting those particular mines in their own land, in their traditional spaces. The Minister of Finance for resourcing of traditional leaders and development projects in rural communities. Here was tools of trade in the main, salaries and pension funds and medical schemes. They are all catered in these particular teams. And we have added and expanded that the minister must also begin to review the budget that is being allocated to traditional affairs in general. Currently, is the least budgeted 177 million per annum, and that money is mainly for goods and services, and to also help the House to meet often, and committees of the House to meet often. Very challenging budget itself. So we are taking advantage that it needs to be reviewed so that it could also begin to look at capacity and those issues that the House ought to do and the department ought to do, both at the national level and in provinces. As the Deputy President was saying, since democracy, we cannot then say why provinces are not playing a role. There are two provinces that I think we need to benchmark ourselves on. It's KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga, where the Deputy President was the Premier. When it comes to tools of trade, they are far ahead. And KwaZulu-Natal, in terms of the support, particularly of the King and others, they are also, and there's no new money that goes to those provinces. It is when you get equitable share, how you share the slice of the bread to ensure that this sector is also part of a benefit of the bread that is given to the province. KwaZulu-Natal doesn't get extra money for the support of their king or traditional leaders. So we then have to look at that. Also in Mpumalanga, when they give tools of trade and equipments for agriculture development to the traditional leaders, tractor per community and so forth, it was within the budget that they get from national. So there won't be any new money, but obviously we'll be engaging the minister to say just a bit of additional capacity will help in percentages to really improve that support for provinces, but also for national. The other is the Minister of Home Affairs, who will be addressing matters raised sharply in the discussion by traditional leaders, the illegal immigrants that are in our communities. Particularly those who are owning shops, you know who they are, my brother. My brother, my friend. My friend, Bamole. Artsaborke Bomang, Batwakai, Batlejuang, Baligal or Abaligal in the country. You all don't know. All of a sudden, they are in our communities, they are running businesses, and then definitely they are of help in terms of the local economy, but the localization of that economy. Oh, send babies abakwenyana benu. When things are good, abakwenyana. When things are bad, nitiyama foreign nationals bafunani la. So it depends on the mood of the country at that particular point in time. But obviously, this is a matter of security also, that we need to know who is in South Africa, whether everyone that is in our borders is legit in terms of permits and permissions to be in the country, and who they are, so that even if there are incidences of crimes that happens, we're able to investigate everybody and check whether we are all law-abiding citizens, so that we don't only hit on South Africans and leave others. So Home Affairs has been pulled into the IMTT. The Minister of Police will be addressing the killings of the traditional leaders, because in certain provinces it's a big issue, but also crime in rural communities. And this crime is both ways: gender-based violence and femicide, but also the stock theft crime that is taking place, but also there's general crime also that is there, including the illegal, illicit movements of goods that leaves the country or enter the country. So those who are bordering certain provinces like Free State, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Limpopo, you find yourselves already, and Northern Cape, yourself that there's a lot of goods that are illicit that leaves the country and then that also enters the country. And we need then also to look at that. And likely on this one, the Minister of Police has revived what we called, it used to be called tribal police, now it's called traditional policing, where the police and yourselves ought to partner and have a group of people that are enlisted as police reservists who will then be able to play a role in ensuring therefore that crime is detected and then we're able to report crime timelessly. Communities are mobilized towards also ensuring that crime does not just fester undetected in your communities. So if Marena, we can really be helpful in ensuring that the establishment of this traditional policing happens. The policy is there, it has been circulated to all of you. Just go through it and begin to engage with your local police, provincial commissioner for the House of Free State, engage further in terms of the implementation plan, and then roll it out that indeed the traditional policing is then able to come in force so that we could also play a role as traditional leaders in combating crime in South Africa. So work is advanced, very, very advanced. It's the implementation that is lacking, but it needs our cooperation, working together with government to ensure that we are able to achieve this. Then the rest of others will then be dealt with by the establishment of such forums. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development is part of the team also of the IMTT to look at constitutional and other legislative matters. And the issue of your Chapter 12, Chapter 7 will be punctuated there, and then we'll be asking traditional leaders, what exactly do you want to be seen changed in the Constitution? So that it's not just a call, it's not just a demand, but it's also accompanied by evidence that is able to punctuate and be able then to say they need, therefore, to amend the Constitution Chapter 12, and they need to amend Chapter 7 of the Constitution is informed by the following research. And I think there's a lot of work that the House and the houses in the provinces has to do to ensure, therefore, that you bring a substantive document that can really begin to engage on the matter. But we'll also be looking at other laws that might have an impact on the sector. That is why the minister is there. Then the other minister is the Minister of Health, who will be more crucial in supporting safe cultural initiation schools, because we also have to partner as COGTA and Health to ensure, therefore, that we're able to see these schools as schools of learning, schools that produces boys to be men, and men that are going to be responsible men, citizens, that are able to respect women, that will respect communities, that will respect Borena, that will respect the South African citizens as a whole. So we then have to then begin to work with, and at some point, we might also bring the Minister of Education around those particular issues. Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is a key fundamental around the issue of the land tenure reforms and the enabling of the socio-economic development, because agriculture is your first number one economic activity, because you have land that can be accessed, that can be made available, so that, as the Deputy President was saying, to deal with poverty and hunger, which is extreme in South Africa. So that land ought to be in use, so that we could then begin to look at that. And then also the land tenure reforms that accompany, so that the people in the customary land can also enjoy their rights like everybody, and their tenure security must be part of it. And then also enabling the socio-economic development and capacitation of rural communities. You will bring other ministers who will then be responding to the Rural Master Plan in this particular committee. land, and then thereafter followed by the economic element. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, for supporting all the infrastructure needs for traditional communities, you said that the roads in there, and he's working with the Minister of Transport. Luckily, they've started a program called Rural Bridges, so that we could then begin to tackle the issue of rural. Children should not be crossing rivers to go to school or to reach services, as the Deputy President was saying, and therefore they will be very key in ensuring, therefore, that the infrastructure responds, because the infrastructure office is in this ministry, Dr. Ramukhopa, and then also the Minister of Transport, who's got the mandate of ensuring that all rural roads also are either paved or have a tar. Then the issue was that the tarring will go to the commercial roads, so that goods that moves from rural or come to the rural move with easy. Services such as ambulances are able to move with easy to reach and then give services to our people. And then those that are not commercial roads, then maybe the paving is the way to go. So they've got that program together, and they've already launched the rural village bridges. The program is unfolding, rolling. We don't have the statistics, but then in the meeting that the Deputy President will be calling, we'll then be giving effect in terms of where are we in the implementation of these programs. Budget has been secured towards that particular direction, but I'm not sure for how long, because the work is so much. Then that includes the rural roads as a whole. And then also the roads that are going to Gomkulu, as in the Eastern Cape says, royal places, so that royal places can be as easily accessible by communities on roads and transport. And then also they are going to be also dealing with the issues of the infrastructure of the palaces, the traditional councils. And they are already developed a plan now, because this was a government responsibility until 1994. It just disappeared somewhere. So they are now recollecting as to what could have happened, why Public Works is no longer available to give services on the upkeep, maintenance of the infrastructure, such as the palaces, both in the province and also nationally, and what remains in the province as a mandate and what remains national as a mandate. They are working on that plan, and there seems to be progress that is emerging now towards, and where the policy had lapsed, they are also re-looking at the policy to revive that policy, so that there will then be a response to say, palaces going forward, the following palaces or traditional councils are the responsibility of provinces, and then what is the responsibility of national, and what had happened to the budget, and recollect, and then ensure therefore that there's a budget stream that then responds continuously. In terms of building afresh, because some of them are dilapidated, they can no longer be repaired or maintained, so we might then also have to look at that. So they are working on that particular program. And the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, for issues of the flags, we have demanded that in every traditional council there must be a South African flag, and then also the heritage matters, that they've got a very huge response. I think they presented a 30-page document on what is it that they are already doing, tracing the remains of some of the traditional leaders that died and were buried in certain unmarked graves. Those that were heads, like Hinza, the head is in Britain, the body is in the Eastern Cape. What do we do about that for the Khoisans to have a closure on one of their kings? And also Bambata, as we know, the Bambata rebellion of 1906, the head is somewhere in Britain, and then the body is somewhere in the Bambata, in the forest of Inkandla, where he was buried. So they are looking at that, but also honoring kings and queens, and also that had waged wars of resistance. And then that in the Liberation Heritage route, they are now going to be including the war of resistance route also. And the Khoisan route, already they've started on that one. And the Khoisans are so happy that finally they've got spots that are all over the provinces. The Khoisans were everywhere. And then they've discovered that there were even every province has a route center that is indicating that the Khoisans once habitated those particular places. So work is happening very well in that particular direction, but then obviously we'll then be able to give holistic responses to the Deputy President so that then he is able then to say, since the establishment in February of the IMTT, this is the work that is now succeeding, and this is the work where it's gonna need this time of time, and this is the work that needs an additional budget that we'll have to look for it so that we can then give a holistic response to. There are 5 streams that have been established so that then work can happen easy. Work stream is one of land, and Minister Togoti Diza is the chair. The second work stream is the building of the institutional capacity, tools of trade and those things. It's Minister of Finance as indicated. Work stream is advancing infrastructure, investment, skills, development, rural areas, Minister of Public Works Infrastructure, Minister Patricia DeLille. And then work stream 4, promoting unity and social cohesion, Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. And then work stream 5 is the one of finalizing the policy and legislation, Minister Ronald Lamola. The premiers, you are a part of this particular team also. When the meetings are called, you are expected to be there, so that we can then give progress as to whether the provinces are also taking an initiative and they're responding to the issues. So the attendance by the premiers has not been as satisfactory. However, they are part of these particular teams, including the work streams where they can send whoever is the responsible MEC to serve in the work streams. But and when the bigger meeting happens where the Deputy President chairs, and then the premiers must then lead their teams to say, where are you in each province, so that we could also give an account. As the Deputy President said, this is not the national mandate alone. We share it with the provinces. So the provinces ought to be there, including the MECs that are responsible, particularly the COCTA MECs, and then those that might then come in on the financial side of things. The MECs of finances in the provinces must come closer to the task, because the tools of trade is not the national, will deal with the national house, but provincial houses, it will be done by the provinces themselves. So those MECs ought to be mobilized, and the DGs or the HODs in those particular department, DG, they must also be as alive to this particular task. The IMTT is supported, therefore, by the technical team that comprises the Director Generals of the relevant departments nationally and the HODs in the provinces. So if we could make sure, therefore, that they are part of that. And then on the issues of the Khoisan, Deputy President, as I go towards the conclusion, we have the Khoisan Matters Commission, which is now beginning to do the determination of who are the claimants of chieftainship, whatever the structure that used to exist before colonization of the Khoisan. The team has been to all provinces already, and then there are submissions and applications that are now taking place by the Khoisan communities, who are now saying, we are a community, we were a community, we want to be revived as a community, and then the work will go until 2024 in terms of the 2-year period given to them. But that does not mean responses where there's an indication that indeed evidence points will immediately recognize them. So by the year 2024 is just the completion of the work. However, we might have communities already emerging and then being recognized, and once they are recognized, they will also be included all along. And the issue of the land, they've requested, as DM Squatcher will be reporting on it, that the cut-off date of 2013 be reviewed for just only Khoisan, so that they can also be the beneficiary of the land, because what is it that we've got a community but we don't have land? So therefore, Sichaba, Lefatsi, Dibotlokwa, Morena, Hosi, and then the Khoisan will also be joining and all right. So Deputy Province, therefore, this is an overall program that of where we are, and the Khoisan was the last point, definitely. And I just wanted then to say to the the hosted by Free State Barrena. This is where we are. Let's chava selling thing, the official selling thing. That's where the program is. And thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, DM Babela. DG, what happened? You abandoned the ship. Okay, let's allow Deputy Minister Squatcher to take the platform. You must not take that example.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm no longer sure who Program Director is between the Deputy President and you, TG. But anyway, Program Director, the Deputy President of our country, who is also the chair of the IMC, our Premier, Umantombela, the National Chair of the House, Mamum Shauli, the Chair, Deputy Chair of the Traditional Leadership in the province, the Khoisan leadership gathered here, MECs present or absent, mayors, the DG. DM Babela called me his partner in crime. And perhaps that's why he spoke for so long. And I was saying to him, we're saying to Mamuguti, what am I now supposed to say when he has said everything that I was supposed to say to him? It's probably made my work much easier. I think it's quite heartening to be here and speaking to our traditional leaders. I can't forget to greet the Fourth Estate, which is also here. Very important people who must tell the world what we say here. Premier has complained about the stats, and I asked her to show me these stats. You know, how many people speak this language here? But what I noticed, Premier, you were warning us that let ntate be ntate, not daddy. You know, I am not sure why immediately after that you were defied. We're all speaking English. And maybe I should say Molweni. Molweni. Dumelang. When I come back here to address you again, I'll be fully eloquent in Sesotho, and I'll speak Sesotho. You rather believe it. The matter we are gathered to speak about today is a very deep, emotional matter, because it is about who we are, and it is about what was rightfully taken away from us as a people. The land, something fundamental to any community, to any human being. Without the land, we would not be in this hotel. Without the land, we would not have had breakfast today. Without the land, our traditional leaders would say this better than me. We would not be able to perform our cultural rights. Without the land, we would not be able to have dignity and make sure that houses are built for our people. When we speak about agriculture, when we say, as I say now, to encourage people to have food gardens in their homes, as the first line of defense against poverty, we would not be able to do that without the land. And so this is a matter that is fundamental to what and who we are. It is emotional because of the examples D.M. Babela has related to. A king's head is somewhere in another country, while his body is somewhere else. It is more fundamental when we are here in the Free State. Those that were in the Learn Summit would recall my address and the quote I made about what happened in the Free State when our land was taken away by those we felt we were kind to. So, Honorable, Your Excellency Deputy President, as we engage on such matters, we should never and never forget where we come from and why we are addressing these matters today. It is because of a mess not created by this government, created by colonialism and apartheid. It's been a long journey since 2017. It's been an emotional journey, but it's been quite a fulfilling journey. As we were assigned together with traditional leadership to go to other countries that have navigated and traveled this path, for them to learn how they have dealt with matters of land tenure, how they have dealt with transitioning from colonialism to a democratic society. And we've done all those things. Today here, as we came back from those trips, all of us together compiled a report, and we then entered into a process of close to 2 years of consultation with all of you sitting here, in provinces and nationally. And Chair, at an emotional level, it is quite befitting to remember those that were with us when we started but are no longer with us today. I hereby think of your own chairperson, Ngosi Mahlangu, who started this road with us, but today is no more. I think of the recent departure of King Zanozuko of Amambondo, who immediately after the Land Summit passed away. But Chief Matanzima as well. But how can one forget D.M. Babela? That in some of those recent events, we were together with Chief Ndevu. We buried King Zanozuko with Chief Ndevu. But today, as we stand here, not even 2 months ago, Chief Ndevu is no more. As we gather in our work, as the Deputy President guides us, not to fight and squabble, but to take these matters to their logical conclusion, we must always do it in honor of those that have perished on the way. And many more, others I might not have cited. They might be here in the Free State and so forth. At least, we must really be remembered as part of the people who did put some building blocks in the road to a South Africa that has tenure. I also want to say, perhaps we cannot not mention, I know it is the birthday of the Deputy President. You said, happy birthday, boy. Birthday language, yes. Yeah. And I think that we should also profoundly recognize the women of our country. It is the August month, but also one of the things that we are trying to destroy in as far as land tenure is concerned, we are trying to bring equality among men and women so that we create a country that is better, so that we make sure that today is better than yesterday and tomorrow even becomes better than today. I want to say that the central question which the summit was charged to deal with was how do we provide legally secured tenure for persons or households who reside in communal areas. This is out of recognition of the reality that some South Africans who stay in our rural areas, in peri-urban and informal settlements, still have insecure tenure. Again, this is informed by Section 25, stroke 6 and 9 of the Constitution, which enjoins us to develop legislation in order to ensure that those whose security of tenure is insecure is made secure, and that legislation should be developed in this regard. Honorable Chair, at the risk of repeating, a major part of the question that needs resolution is how do we register these tenure rights into law for persons in communal areas, well beyond PTOs or receipt, and how we do so without undermining that which ought to be enjoyed by the whole community. In other words, how do we provide a perpetual and exclusive right to individual persons, households, and communities without changing the character of the community or undermining traditional authority? This was a big debate in our land summit at the end of May. We deliberately call these outcomes because we could not make them resolutions at the time. The three commissions, one was dealing, as I have indicated, with land tenure and administration. Commission 2 was dealing with SPLUMA. The issue of SPLUMA is a boiling point among traditional communities and leaders. We put it on the table and we had a discussion. There was a strong sympathy towards the Limpopo model. But that did not negate the fact that there should be a definite review of SPLUMA. And that process in terms of government is underway, that consideration. And then the third commission is the one D.M. Babela referred to, about the Khoi and the Sen. In this regard, it was painful to listen to the Khoi saying that we speak about land claims restitution. We, as the Khoi and San communities, do not have any land. We do not have anything that we can claim. The cutoff date of 1913 closes us outside. Led by the Deputy President, we have now, I may report, be assigned to have a special task team that will exclusively look at this issue of the Khoisan, so that it's not mixed with other issues. On this issue of communal land and administration, we have been asked to recognize African customary law and indigenous practices when developing communal land policies and legislation. We have also been asked to introduce measures to protect communal land from being bonded, alienated, lost or sequestrated by financial institutions and other developers. Honorable Deputy President, I think other issues will take them up as we engage, so that I respect what you have indicated. I've already indicated that the issue of Spluma is an issue that is under review, and certain provisions of the Municipal Systems and Structures Act. We also are looking at developing mechanisms to address the constrained relationships between municipalities and traditional councils, which so often hamper service delivery. We want to introduce mechanisms to prevent municipalities from approving development planning that will cause land degradation and pollution. In closing, on Khoisan community, facilitate a process of also securing. This was an emphasis of the summit by this important constituency. An apology from the colonialists who disposed the Khoisan communities of their land. This is not unthinkable. This is not impossible. In fact, I've seen it happening in the last while or so. I think it was Belgium that was forced to apologize for dastardly acts. Accord decision-making powers to the Commission on Khoisan matters to recognize Khoi communities and leaders. To establish a Khoisan task team, I've referred to this one. In conclusion, we must indicate to this August meeting that there might be matters people might feel strongly about. We have taken, as government, an approach of being a government for all. You were present at the Communal Land Summit. There were matters that our traditional leaders feel strong about. But you would recall that there were matters that other people raised which were totally divergent to the issues that you were raising. Like the people of Lamosa, like the new people who are saying we're in communal areas, I want my democracy, not anybody else, and so forth and so forth. So as a government, as we go forward, we must navigate and make sure that this South Africa that is for all navigates and creates a ground that will be a win-win situation and a better society for all. The outcomes have now been presented to the IMC, headed by the Deputy President. The Deputy President, in his resolution, because these outcomes now should be copies sent to all of you who were part of the summit, so that you see that this is what we deliberated on, these are the outcomes. But then government, like we did with the Presidential Advisory Panel, government will then look into how we go forward. So in summary, I'm saying, today we're speaking about deliberations by your good selves in a summit. We have agreed, Mama, if you recall, that beyond the summit, we will go to the kings of our country as a matter of courtesy to say these are the deliberations on issues that matter most. But after that, these now need to be taken to the cabinet of the Republic of South Africa so that we see how we shape the way that will go forward. In essence, there's still a lot of interaction that is going to happen amongst us. There's still a lot of, because the road, but at this stage, I think GM Babela and I would like to thank the Deputy President because he has thrown a cat among the pigeons. This has been a matter where we have been not sure whether to go or not to go into it. Because you know, if there's any hot potato, this is a double hot potato. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy President. Thank you, people.
Thank you, TM. Thank you for that brief. This matter is still under consideration. It's going to be finalized. Consultations will be finalized with our kings and will then take it to cabinet and we wrap it up there. And the decision by cabinet will be announced, taking into consideration all your inputs and considerations on this matter of our communal land. I'm going to call the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders in the province, but I must punctuate that by saying we have received a copy of all the issues that you have raised as a house. Very comprehensive, and I'm going to comment about this as I wrap up my day today here on how best we're going to proceed to handle these issues. Thank you very much. Chair.
The Deputy President, and ki dumedise modulasetulo wa ntlo ya marena ya naha Mme Mhlauli, ki dumedise the Premier of the province Mme Ntombela, ki dumedise Deputy Minister Bapela, Deputy Minister Skwacha, ki dumedise Deputy Chair of the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, ki dumedise all senior traditional leaders, Badengwano, Marena rona a teng, ho ya ka methati ya lona ya hlompho representative, ya the Khoi and the Sen, Director General, and all officials which are there. And then ki dumedise bohle be re kopana kwano tsatsing lena la kajeko. Ki lebile Premier o re thusitse ka hore o hlo e hlakise o tloa qalong. Ke na le tswalo hore out of all speakers, maybe majority of our traditional leaders didn't even hear a thing because we are using English. Maybe if we had a proper preparations, we should have at least have one translator, to translate in English, because ke a tseba gore marena rona ha ra utlwa, and then it will be hard. And then when we are using English, it's going to be difficult for them again whenever by discussions for them to meaningfully contribute towards this meeting. So perhaps as there discussions, anyone who can be organized to interpret from members or Marena to Premier and the Deputy President, so that everyone is free and then meeting or this morning Marena told me, if you are not going to say this thing, on Monday, we were writing letters, a motion of no confidence against you, Marena. So forgive me, Premier, even if I'm being rude, I'm protecting my job. Because I don't want to go out of office, a motion of no confidence. First concern, we are told the ABCs will be there from the province. You did obey the Premier apology of some MECs, few MECs, but there are no MECs in this meeting. What is we have not been taken serious by some politician in the province. At the national level, it is clear. A deputy president and the ministers who have political will, who have a strong will to help the institution of traditional leadership. They demonstrated a dialogue between traditional leaders and the government. Ministers were there. At the land summit, and ministers were there. But in the province, this is always the issue. We'll have Premier, we'll have Director General, and then all MECs have in this meeting. And then we prepared issues. Ministers at least should help the institution, but MECs are not here. It's very disappointing to us. Those things are very easy things as a province to deal with, as long as the presence of MECs in the province. The issues that we wrote here, not all of them alien responsibilities of the national government, but majority of these issues are within powers that MECs to handle them and then to try and assist the institution. We'll never go anywhere if you're not working hand in hand with government, or if we are not working hand in hand with MECs. We are not competing with anyone about any position, but now we want to make sure the lives of our people at a rural level, a support from government and support from institution of traditional leadership. So Marena be happy that I raised this issue, as you've said. Another issue is about this document. All right, we had on the April 7th, a meeting the Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. All these issues we raised with her. Premier was available in that meeting. DG was in that meeting as well. There was another meeting with Portfolio Committee for COCTA about these issues. We raised those issues. Today, government day so that but it seems like there is a little commitment towards these issues with all the structures. But now that the Deputy President is here, we'll raise the summary of those issues again. As the province, Yafra State, we strongly condemn the gender-based violence. The killings of our women, the killings of our children, we strongly condemn that or such acts. That is why re le ntlo ya marena re nkileng qeto ya hore re batla ho revive banna kgotla. Re nahanne hore all this act, they are happening because a boy child is neglected. If re le barena re ka fana ka attention e ngata towards the development of a boy child, re ka kgona ho bana le a society which can progress with its own culture and habit, which is good towards women and children. So we ask our government to help us as the institution, as the house, as the province. Whenever we have a program like this, a full support from government, whereby we'll make sure we advise bana barona hore ba kgone ho hola ile bana ba ikemetseng. Re a kopa hape hore government e re thuse to strengthen the relationship between local house and the municipalities. Hobani, it's only on that local level whereby our communities badulating by luring re ka kgona ba fihlela easy when trying to deal with the issues related to the service delivery. So there is a relationship but high strong between traditional leaders, municipalities and councillors. And then the service delivery. You will find in our villages whereby a councillor the programs are high without informing Borena, the local house or the senior traditional responsible for that particular area. So so we urge government just to capacitate councillors. It is true government, but there is no curriculum, there is no platform for institution of traditional leadership to go in the inductions of municipalities to just capacitate councillors about the institution of traditional leaders and traditional leaders di sebetsa ka tsela mofuta jwang. Re a kopa hape government e re thuse for us re kgone ho develop metsi ya rona ka culture. Culture e le reng re phetse ka yona. Ka hore re thusa le hore di heritage sites tse ne re na le tsona re le batho ba batsho tse ne di re bontsha behavior ba rona re di develop those cultural side. Go kgone ho etsa bonnete ba hore re tswela pele re le leloko le leng ha le ba balle meetlo a lona le ashwa. But it tla ba ntlo e ntle haholo if those heritage sites are protected and then re kgone ho bona hore re tswela pele ka tsela mofuta ofeng. Deputy President, it is true we're happy about the TKLA as a province. When the President signed TKLA into law, we're happy as the province because it's going to assist us as the province. But when we implement the legislation, which is TKLA, it has a lot of problems and challenges for us as the province. So we are requesting for Deputy President and Deputy Ministers just to request to the President, TKLA, it has so many loopholes, and then the amendment was TKLA. Rona in the province, you're only 13 senior traditional leaders, as compared to provinces which we have 60 and so many traditional leaders. Hoba easy when by reconstitute the houses stubborn. But for us as the province, a challenge whole. If you have members from the local house, which are senior traditional leaders, the very same members are supposed to be the member from the provincial house. So it simply means local house is going to suffer because the very same member, but the issues of the local house, they are also the member of the provincial house. So if I have a problem, TKLA, all of it, propose amendment towards the to Sahara. Any other issues important, honorable members, but I'd like to say is the land issue. I know we agreed the 13% of land be transferred to traditional leaders. But in the Free State, we only have traditional leaders in Tabamfutsanyana and in Mangaung only. And the piece of land that they occupy is so small. It is small in such a way, it is impossible for us to have business sites. It is impossible for us to have agricultural sites because it is fully occupied by people. So, extension of the land as a traditional leaders. So that we can have a land for food security. Land for a business, for businesses. Land for population, because population is whole, and then in most of the villages, there are no longer residential sites that can be offered to communities because there is no land. It is a mountainous place whereby it is very impossible for us to extend or to expand our communities. So Ragopa extension of land, and I'm glad Premier Obilore, there is a land from Public Works, at least traditional leaders, Bagane Fumana, Premier Haskawa Pinasway. The issue is going to be given attention with agency and with time frame. At least traditional leaders will have this piece of land whereby they can at least secure it for food security. Before the tools of trade, we need land, and land is very much important in this province. And then, Hassan towards my conclusion, funding for traditional leadership. That one I really need to emphasize is Deputy President, because in Mpumalanga, you made it very possible. In the Free State, we're having only 13 traditional council and the 2 principal traditional leaders. What are we getting from government is 2,000 rand per month. We can't even buy a cartridge. If you want to buy a cartridge for a machine, we needed at least to wait 2 months for us to buy a cartridge. For us to buy a cleaning material, we can't even buy a cleaning material within a month. We needed to wait at least even 5 months because we prioritize our needs. What is it? Please, 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 this thing is very, very much important. Even to our communities. Yesterday, when we were discussing, Morena Paulos did mention, last month alone, 7 people came to his office and saying, we have nothing to eat. Nothing to eat, communities. And then he even take out of his own wallet and then try to at least help those poor families. These are the challenges we are faced with. But if our traditional councils are being given a budget, if traditional councils are on a budget, we don't need much. We don't need much. But at least for our traditional councils to afford the basic things. The basic simple things, so that we can be able to provide. If somebody I'm hungry, then Mrena will be able to say, all right, I can at least give you food parcel for this month while you are still looking for work, and then you can continue with life. So, Rakoparboni in Mpumalanga, and the Premier did announce per traditional council, I hear there are 60. Or they give each traditional council 350,000. And then for the kings, 2 kings, they give them 1 million, 1 million. And then there are 60, who know only 13. Please, 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 Deputy President, to say that this issue is very much important. And then these other issues as well of funding from TKLA, PICC, it will be issues that will be dealt by Marina Arona, and then any other issues will be dealt with down Futojwal. Deputy President, in my conclusion, for Bonse, we recognize the institution of traditional leadership. It is very much important to us. Harbona, someone in your position, a leader away and showing example to other leaders. So this institution matters and is much important as any other institution. And we thank you, Deputy President, that you take your own time to come to Free State, such a tiny, small province, and come to us and hear our concerns and try to resolve to us. To what you call a history. And I hope if there are leaders who are not going to learn from this thing, how I think as a black people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. We're going to take a discussion. You're going to be my translator. You're going to stand here. Where are you? You got one. Where's the translator? Okay. Get a mic there so that as we talk, we're able to understand one another. Thank you very much, from the chair of the traditional house in the province. Premier, is it true that you're giving them 2,000 rand a month? Is it true? How much, DG? 2,000 rand a month.
a year, 13 traditional leaders. And there are 12 here.
Yes.
12, 13.
Yes.
And there they are almost 60.
Yes.
Deputy President, I'm sure you have heard the leader of the House said that we are supposed to have a dialogue between ourselves and the MECs. And I'm sure you have heard my speech very clear.
Yes.
Or if we don't respect our traditional healers, then is going to be a very serious problem, because other countries are respecting them. That was the beginning of what I wanted to do. Yes. And I've also said to them, well, the cars that they are using are old. They were there. They are supposed to get the new cars.
Thank you.
So that is why it's important, DG, to fast track this dialogue between ourselves and the MECs. Even if it cannot be all the MECs, Treasury and everybody, so that in our adjustment meeting, we must discuss this.
Okay.
It, please, Marena, so definitely, we are supposed to do something. We have discussed it. He came to me, we discussed, it can't be right. Just 13 and 2, it can't be right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
you know I'll
Thank
do
you,
it.
Premier. Well, I trust the Premier, this is going to happen. So, Chair, you have got the increase and you are going to get cars. You're going to get cars. I know that the Premier will try very hard. That is one step in the right direction. Let's take a discussion. I'm inviting you to comment. Also translator pair. Yes. I'm inviting hands.
Oh, they've got their own microphone.
Yes, there's a hand.
Oh, I must start translating.
Yes.
Ke nako ya ya ho nka dipotso marena nang le dipotso ho Deputy President. O tla phamisa letsoho ho na le microphone o ntso tsamaya ka hare. Deputy President o tla kgetha motho a buang ebe wa ema wa itsebisana o mang o botsa potso ya hao ke kgone ho mo hlalosetsa.
Batlo ke botlhe ba mogone nna ka leina ke Maleho Goronyane from Thabanchu ke a le tlotla lotlhe ba tlotle la tlotla ga mo go rona ra le rata mme tse di tshwenyang o go bua bogolo mo ka Land Act communal land. More Thabanchu, we got the papers and everything. We bought Thabanchu, but Thabanchu allowed Kimaspala. And what is that? Thabanchu is us. We just go back to Roto. Mutoma Matober, Moroto, Yariki. Maspala, we can't look at Thabanchu. I just wish that us at one stage at over Thabanchu. Maspala weekend limata mansomo hagijori sometimes mutu onahana wrongly for esa maspala mutomo otayalo ka o tlo batla ditlhopho go batla bana ba ntile ba tshwara tsena mo Thabanchu ha ke ba itse Thabanchu one is worse in everything. I want you to go and chew and digest what I imparted to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So basically what Ndate is saying is that he's had the speakers referring to the Land Act and Communal Act. Now his concern is that Thabanchu is under total leadership of the municipality. He's invited the Deputy Minister Squacha to visit the area to see for himself the problems that they're experiencing.
That means they need land.
Le hloka lefatshe ntate. O ka bua ke tla utlwa.
Lingua ke Maspala, uletsa wa hae.
All right. The municipality is possessing their land.
Oh.
They need land.
And
Their land back.
And please, Rakupa, we are asking for Maspala Kaitara Maru.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, somewhere Deputy Minister Squasha will respond as we proceed. There's a hand there. Yes. Yeah. Behind you. Behind. Who's having a mic? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy President. My name is Mopedi Lerotodi. I'm from Bakwena Royal. Naya kapotso ine itshitlile fela ho the piece of legislature concerning tabaya structure sa traditional leaders ha se a phethahala according to TKLA. Ba bua fela ka the middleman the middle structure, in the senior traditional leaders. Everything is all about them. Now, the kinship, kona bato establish the Council of Kinship. Now, my concern is who the headmen and headwomen belong hore rekopa the village councils. The village councils ke hore ona marena nana afuwe metsi e ka lekanang le diwat. Ma councilara ana le diwat committee tse patalwang. Marena hana diwat abana matona abana imesebeletsa village nyeo e lekanang le wat o isebetsa le mong, and ba hloka di tools of trade le bona hore ba kgone ho facilitate tabeng ya one of the most important role ba e bapalang ke hore ba advise a government ibile ba thusa le government. Government a rona hore e qetelle intse e on the local level ba lahlehelwa ke ditulo is because of ha ba re include batho bana be leng di headmen and headwomen ba sebetsa ka thata ke bona ba tshietsa ma councilara ma ha ba thuswi ka next ha bana dikoloi ha bana di office ha bana matona kore they are on their own. So ne re ba kopela hore the piece of legislature e ke establish the village council so that ba kgone ho empower ruwa le bona.
Okay. I've heard something, some I didn't hear.
All right. No, what Ndato was basically saying is that they are a bit concerned regarding part of the legislation, particularly on the structure of traditional leaders. He says it is incomplete, referring to the TKLA. He's made an example that you find within municipalities and wards, you have councillors. So they want the establishment of traditional councils as well, so that they can have people who help them with issues around. As it is now, they do not have any help from government, referring back to the issue of lack of cooperation between themselves and the provincial government or government in general. They don't even have tools of trade, no phones, no cars, nothing whatsoever to be able to deliver on their mandate.
Okay. Have you heard that question, TM? Okay. Another hand? Yes.
Deputy President. Ho tlatselletsa ho morena ka tang ho bua ka the issue of this TKLA. Re tletse ka mona ka gola batho ba bangata ka ga sebaka sena ke the headman, the headwoman. How compare KwaZulu-Natal, you'll find that there are 277 senior traditional leaders. How Sheba Honakwana and Mpumalanga, they are plus minus 60. How Sheba province ya Rona ya Free State? It's as big as other provinces, but there are only 13. We find that there are injustices between the provinces of this country. We need to get land as we need to be allocated land. We need to expand our territory. The number of the traditional leaders, because now there are only 13. And in truthful, they are not 13. I am a headman. Headman is not a chief. That is what is rightfully taken from us. Our forefathers from Mupedi Mkhachani, the founder from Lesotho who came here in South Africa, our forefathers were chiefs, were called chiefs. But this government now has transformed that to Letona, which is headman. We don't need money, President, to be transformed to our rightfully name called chiefs. We are called chiefs. I've got 3 villages under me as a headman. Every village that I visit, I'm a chief. But when coming to Kokta and the government, I'm not a chief, I'm a headman. And when you talk, the government, TKLA is talking about the amendment of the law of the framework and of traditional leadership. There, we talk about the 13 people, and then the cars are for the 13 people, and the work is done by us. They are knocking in our doors every night. We have to wake up and help them with food, with crime, with everything. We have to call the police. They don't have even money to phone. We use our own pockets, our own phones, our own airtime to call the police. They don't go to the senior traditional leaders. They come to us, the headmen, unfortunate headmen. But we really like to have our name correct under those TKLA. Not, we don't want to be senior traditional leaders for a point of correction. We need to be traditional leaders. Not
Okay,
women.
thank you very much.
Not Letona.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DP. Another concern regarding the TKLA, once again, when it comes to the titles, what COCTA refers to them, and that is saying that according to COCTA, they are not called chiefs, as he believes they should rightfully be called chiefs, but instead they are being referred to as headmen. And reiterating what the chairperson was saying regarding a number of traditional leaders in the provinces compared to the other provinces like your KZN and Mpumalanga. Also referring to the issue of the lack of trade, tools of trade, the resources. They need to employ their own resources to help their communities. But the concern really is around the titles, that they should be referred to as chiefs instead of headmen and headwomen.
Okay. Well, I'm chairperson. I'm responsible to point who must speak. So you have taken over that function. Okay. All right, you'll be next. You'll be next.
Ke a leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi ke mofumahadi Manleheng Mopedi ke isa hlompho ho morena e moholo marena a ditereke marena a metse setjhaba se teng kwano le bohle ba re etelletseng pele ke mofumahadi Mane le nna ke ntse ke le e mong a busang motseng o ke busang ho ona tlasa borena ba streke ba morena Lefa Letho Mopedi ke ntse ke tlatsa hodima se bueng ke morena Lerothodi le morena Makgabane empa nna ke hlahisa tlhahiso ya diphephetso tse re kopanang le tsona ho morena le makhanselara ho ya ka di-ward tse bewang di ferekanya setjhaba nna mo ke busang makhanselara mararo jwale ho ya ka moedi wa borena o fumana hore setjhaba la ntse se tseba hore ka borena o ntse a wela ka mofumahadi ibile o wela le ka ho morena Makgabane ha sa tseba hore na o wela ka ho nna ka pojwa ne ke kopa e lokiswe le yona eo ya di-ward e ferekanya setjhaba ka nnete ke a leboha khotso pulanala.
DP Mufumahadi Mopedi's concerns are around the demarcations of how far municipalities should go in terms of going about their mandates. She says that it creates a confusion within communities as to who goes where and who does what between themselves as the traditional leaders and the wards, the councillors within their wards, but also reiterating what other speakers have already spoken about regarding the challenges that they face. She's not happy.
Ke a leboha ke tla etsa mohlala strekeng sa morena Lefa Ward 11 councillor le leng empa hona le sehlajaneng hlatseng monontsha Makgabane ka hodimo pela border gate ha o tla ka o morena Sefofotse ke bolata le paballong dithuthaneng mo nna ke busang nna ke shera le councillor le morena Sefofo ke shera le councillor le morena busang Matebeleng ke ka Ward 8 Ward 7 ke ka Makgalane
Bothata king.
Bothata ke yona ntho e moedi wa borena ke ga o e ka di-ward
It's demarcation.
Ward 8
the alignment of the demarcation.
Ward 8 e wela ka ho nna mo ke busang e wela ka morena hape ka Matebeleng Ward 7 ke Makgalaneng le nna ka dithuthaneng ka ho nna Ward 9, ki morena Sefofu, akere le nna ke teng. Ward 9, le kamane ka, ia le kae, le kamane ka o morena Litsie, Ward 9 e teng. Jwale ntho e ferekanya marena, ibile ya qabanya, ibile e ferekanya setjhaba. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. This hand.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you for allowing me also to ask a question. Deputy, on the response that we got back, it's positive. I can also report and affirm what our DP has said about the land issue in the 1913. We also do have representatives in that stream. But Deputy, what is really worrisome for me is still the issue that we have addressed, the continuation of the National Khoisan Council. And as you have put it, Deputy, that most of the work need to be done here at the provincial level. And it's really, really sad to say that there's no support for the Khoisan people here. That report that you have received here from the institution of Free State Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders contains nothing about Khoi and San. Because of the mere reason why I cautioned you with the Indaba there that we are creating a vacuum. Because recognition can be a lengthy process. 2024, we all are subjected to all the other social ills and challenges that all the other traditional leaders are having. So my plea to you is, apart from the recognition process, there's also the National Khoisan Heritage Route. And most of that work is also going to be conducted here in the Free State because some places are recognized here. But the Free State government is not working with us as Khoisan people here. Okay. I'm appealing to you that our Premier, please, you know us. We have a long standing in this province. We are friends. Please assist us. We cannot wait for 1913 to be revised. We also need land. Our children are subjected to drugs and social ills. Everything is also happening to us. We are also feeling the pain. So make it comfortable for us. Please, Premier.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. There's a hand at the back. Yeah.
Guide says, my leaders. I'm Chief Isaac Musikari Phillips, representing the House of Khoi in Knoflokskraal. The question that I want to pose this morning is, since the South African government has adopted the UNDRIP Declaration, which is the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People in 2016. Why had it not been implemented specifically for the Khoi and the San people? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to take 3 last hand. 3. Yes. Here's a hand, yeah.
Deputy Minister, I'm sorry, Deputy President. Se kupile tshwarelo le bohle ba o tsamayang le bona ba hlomphehi kaofela ka hara sebaka sena. Le boela motsotso ona wa hore re mona re tlo kgona ho ntsha mabinabina pelo tsa rona. ebile o re file monyetla ono wa hore o be le nako eno ya hore hlompha le o tla re mamela hore fa tsebe eno ya hao fela ke ntho ya bohlokwa. Deputy President, nna ke re ke Mothibi ke tswa Thabantjhe kwa Barolong bo Seleka. Taba ka fela ke hore naha e re phelang ho yona nakong ya hona jwale e hloka batho kapa batsamaisi boemong bofeng kapa bofeng ba badileng kapa ba ntseng ba tswela pele ka ho tseba ntho tse itseng tse nepahetseng ba hlalefe o leader batho hona le seo se tsebang. Puo ya ka e tla nthong ya hore ke re fela ke a kgola ho ka ba bohlokwa ha ofisi ya Premier ka hara sebaka sena le yena mme a le teng ka bo yena le ofisi ya Cocta ke utlwa e ka ba ka re etsetsa monyetla re le di headman kapa department eo ka kakaretso leadership ya traditional authority hore maemong a re leng ona a ho re tsamaisa setjhaba ho tla bo le bohlokwa ha kae ha ekaba ho ka qetella hona le ditumellano dipakeng tsa mafapha a re buang ka ona ke reng ofisi ya Premier kapa le Cocta generally ba be le tumellano le di institutions of higher learning ka hara province ya rona molemong wa ho empowera di headmen le bohle ba nang le kgahleho ya ho ba le ditsebo tse nepahetseng tsa ho qetella ba kgona ho tsamaisa setjhaba ka tsela e nepahetseng ka kutlwisiso le tsebo ya hore na nako e re leng ho yona ho uwa kae ke utlwa e ka ba ntho ya bohlokwa ha ekaba ntlha eno e ke e buang e ka nkelwa hlohong ya salwa morao molemong wa hore le rona re le ka mona ha re ema ka pela tjhaba tsa rona re tsebe ntho tse re di buang. Ke a leboha.
Thank you.
What?
Just behind you.
Can I translate, or did you
Yes,
get it, DP?
translate.
Okay. What Ndate is saying is that he's basically appealing to the office of the Premier and Cocta to have an agreement, perhaps with institutions of higher learning for training of headmen and women, because what he says is that every country needs a well-informed, educated leader so that they can be able to provide leadership to their communities and be aligned with the times that they live in.
Okay. Next.
Ke a dumedisa nna ke Mahapa Moswaka ke tswa kgotleng ya Barolong bo Seleka Thabantjhe ke a thaba Deputy President a le teng ebile ke sa re ba ba kwano re le hlogono ke utlwile ha Deputy President ma buileng teng dintlha tsa ka di sehlopanyana ke utlwile Deputy President a bua ka hore batho ba rona bogolo ha bana motlakase ha bana ene re phela le batho ntlha e nngwe e ke utlwileng e bua ke memo Premier wa rona ke a sekolo ke lebisa direct go wena deputy ya ka le mme Thabantsho re na le hloba boroko ha e le hore Deputy President kapo mo Premier wa rona a sa tsebe dikolo tsa rona di ntse di kwalwa ha re na tseba gore di kwalwa eng gore kapo go theoga national dikolo di ntse di kwalwa ha ona ngwana wa 4 years o kora o dula hostel ha ona bana gore ba ka trebola 12 kilos from the village to the school yeo yone e botlhoko ke rata mo Premier ka gore gaufi le rona ke kopa mo Premier a ye Tabale a ye August Post a ye Houtneck motseng o buswang ke Khosi Morok a go sheba di donkas ha rena ditsela ha pula e fafatsa bana ha ba e sekolong ha rena gore re bitse ambulance e tla yong ha rena le bakudi ke hloba boroko ditsela re promiswa ka mehla engwe ntlotlhontshitseng boroko ke ene bua ke mo Premier from 2007 Marena Makhosi a promiswa gore ba tlo haelwa dipalesi until now di ntse di agwa dipalesi Deputy President a di phetagale fa Marena di creator di dule di kantorong tsa bona re kgone gore re sebeletse setšhaba ke a leboga.
Okay. Yes.
Ndate is very appreciative of a visit to the province. He says He says he's heard you, Deputy President, talking about issues around the lack or none of service delivery in the province. His concerns are around the shutting down of schools in Tabancho particularly, because now he says they do not even get explanations as to why schools are shutting down, and as a result, learners have to travel for more than 12 kilometers to reach the nearest school, and he says children as young as 4 have to live in hostels because there are no schools around his area. He's also challenged the Premier to visit his village. As he says, there are no roads at all. They are even unable to get access to ambulances when people are sick in the area as a
What
result
village
of-
is that one?
What village is that one, Datin Tabancho? Tabani.
Tabane.
Tabani.
Tabane.
It's the trust. Get it trusting
That's your,
Get it
that's your
trusting.
village? That's your village? The one I visited.
Yes,
They're
sir.
on your village.
Just visit Tawale.
Okay. I want to see that village. Maybe I will visit the village. I'll visit that village.
Deputy President, o go batla ho bona sebaka se o ntate, o tla le etela haufinyana.
Okay. Okay. The next hand.
Mututlegi Tautuna, Mutlatsa Tautuna, Khosi Moroka. A ke re ba gaetsho ke adimedi tumediso tsotlhe go leka go boloka nako. Mme pele ga ke ya go mosimolola gaetsho morena Mopedi o pile kgomolona ka nnaka. Tautuna ntlha ya me ke gore mahoko a weditswe ke borara, mme ke santse ke ipelaetsa ka gore mo le ga bo Moroka motho o seleka go itira jaaka go ratwa ke raspali le batho ba gage e tlhalositswe. O tla bona mo metseng e busiwang ke kgosi, o tla bona koloi fela e tsene mo motseng le councilora le bangwe go fiwa baagi ba ba mo communal land the title deed, whereas what traditional council re ntsha di PTO jaanong re tlhobogangwa le morafe ka goreng masepala o tla ba bitsa a ba itlhaga a ba ga ditapole le eiye ra utlwana mmusa kgotlha jaanong a ko o kope marona men Ntombele a ke a thuse almost 15-20 years go apelwa pina a tshwene ao ba gaetsho ao ba gaetsho.
Okay.
Ha re ya ko dikgetong o tla bo ba bona batla ke nna ke modisa o tsile moilwa ke tswa ko kgotleng ya barolo bo seleka e ga jana e telwang pedi ke ga buile le Moroka ke a leboga mosimolola gaetsho.
Thank you.
That his concern is around.
That hand. Okay.
His concern is around the lack of cooperation between them as traditional leaders as government. An example that he's making is that you would come across and see government cars and officials around his village without prior announcement or them not even knowing. Government officials would come in and hand out title deeds to the communities without their knowledge. So he says 20 years later, they are still singing the same song, literally translating to that, still singing the same song, but he says that come the election time, you will see government officials coming to them and making promises.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Program Director. Happy birthday, sir. My name is Ernest Moloi from Khologo Traditional Council. And Morena Paulus Moloi. Most of the things have been said, that's what I was imposed to say. But I'll first start with to hear. It's a pity the MEC for Kokta is not here, because this is actually directed to him and the HOD. Mentombela, ha ke tsebe le reng ka marena ana a ntseng a hlaha a mangata, the mushrooming of traditional leaders in the province. Bana ba ipitsa marena e se marena, ba ntse ba senya ka hara metse ya rona. Ke potso e mme se tla mpere botso wena eno hobane MEC ha wa a hayo. Ntlha ya bobedi e tla ba ntlha ena ya di-role tsa bakhanselara ha o tloa ho di-project ka metseng. Hore ebe councillor o na le authority efeng ha o tloa ho di-project tse tlang ka hara metse ya rona re le marena. Hobane jwale re a qabana le bona hantlentle. Ntlha e nngwe e tla ba ntlha ena ya boshodu ba diphoofolo bo tletseng districting ya rona ka ho maluti a phofung hantle haholoholo. Hore bothata bo ebe o tla addresswa ka tsela efeng. Ntlha e nngwe re le marena le rona re batla metseng ya rona re be na le smart city le rona. E ska ba mo e leng ho butsa mo masepala teng mo na le smart city. Le rona di smart city ra di hloka. Empa ka o tsho jwalo ha re nkelwe mobu e hlake. Morena Mopedi o sa e buile hantle, morena o sa e buile hantle ho ngata hore na ha ko hlomphuwe marena di MEC tsa rona ha ke di hlomphe marena ho tla ya ho ye mo tla fela is enough and how sa loka. Ntlha ya ho qetela ke issue ya arrangement ha o na le dikopano tse ka rentseng. Ho thwe koloi e tla fitla ka 1 koloi be fitla ka 7 mantsibuya. Ha re fitla hoteleng mo ha ona di-booking sa ona letho re tswa hodimo le tlase. Ntho eo one day e tla ha o le jwalo ho tla ba bonolo ho rona re kgutlile mo re tswang teng. Ya lebo.
Thank you. My last hand. Hey.
Okay. Ndate is concerned regarding, well, he started by saying it's a pity that Kokta MEC is not here because part of all of the issues that he made mention of needed to be addressed by the MEC for Kokta. However, he has tasked the Premier to look at those matters. One, the mushrooming of unrecognized traditional leaders whom he says go around destroying in communities. He's also spoken about the role of councillors. He needs clarity as to what role they should play when there are projects taking place in villages. Who's supposed to do what and what powers do they possess over them, I suppose, as traditional leaders. The third matter, stock theft, particularly around the Malutia Pofung municipality. He needs a plan as to how that will be addressed. They also want smart cities in their villages, but he has emphasized the fact that that does not mean that they want the ownership of their land to be taken away from them when they calling for the smart cities. And lastly, not lastly.
You are calling for that. The land is going to be taken, it's a city. You're going to have a title deed and you're going to pay. Yeah, that's what you're calling for. You're calling for trouble.
He's also appealed for respect on them as traditional leaders by the MECs. And that is also not happy with the arrangements for this particularly gathering. Apparently transport was set to fetch them at 1. It only arrived at 7 p.m. When they got here to the hotel, no proper arrangements were made. And he says if that happens again next time, they will go back to their places.
They won't come.
They won't come.
Okay. That's not a good decision. Not a good decision. Let's attend to the problem. I'm sure Premier will want to talk about the coordination of this meeting. Okay. Where do I start? Yes, there's last hand. Yes.
Ha go lebohe motlotlei wa ka beng ba ka motho e mong le mong ya teng kwano ke a mo hlompha se ke ka dimme ditlhompho tsohle le hlomphele beng ba ka ntate mo president ke a utlwa dibui di a bua kaofela ha tsona nna ke majoro bela ke kgabjane ke motabala pasa ke hlaha kwana kwale ke buisa mane ne ke tswa hotleng la matsie ke buisa metsi e meraro ke headman re le monana traditional affairs ke khokta re tswa stalin se le seng empa hona le ba jang haholo ho feta ba bang mokhanselara o kena ka jeno empa o gola ho mpheta ke a pele gona re le traditional affairs ha o sheba logic ya di-salary tsa rona a e khona empa nna ke nna sebetsang ka thata ke nna foroso ke nna shapuang ho feta mara bana ba tlang ka moraka ke bona ba hodimo ba golang ho mpheta setjhaba ke dula ke le ka haro sona nako e nyane le kgolo empa ha ke na tools of trade ha ke sa batla ho kena mono se di bue tseno no ha e ke shejwe e ke shejisitswe hantle ho tloha moo ha o sheba molaong wane wa rona section 20 e bua ka service delivery e le horeng re etsa le mokhanselara empa yena budgeteng ya hae ha ona mohla re bitswang rona empa o fihla a yena tshwere sengwathana hore setjhaba sena se nna re se tsamaisang le yena a fihla se hohole kaofela nna ke sa le ke le jwang ha ke shejisitswe hantle ho tloha moo ya ho qetela ke ena ya di-unproclaimed villages ha e hlake hantle hore na mona moeding wa ka morena a ileng a hlokahala e a dieha ba bang ke tseba motse wa ka ha e sa le wa ka moeding mono no hana mo ha e go dule fatshe ho go ke mo ha o bane le tona la yena eo hayo jale se re nkwa ke maikutlo hona bwale ka nnete mo president wa ka ha ke le hoja o re o kwala ka nna maqheku ke anana le ba bang ba ntseng ba phamisa re a tjha re a tuka mona bane ntho ena ke pina a tshweni a se believe ha o ko shejwe o ko mohlomong ha o le teng re a leboha happy birthday che o itello o tlo ba le rona monana
Okay.
ke a leboha
He is protesting.
He's protesting.
I can hear.
He's not happy that you that he was the last person to speak. He says there's still a number of people. He's not happy. I think his wish is for you to take more hands from what he's saying. But also to his concerns now, Deputy President, he's the headman responsible for 3 villages. Now, part of what he's saying is that they literally have the same mandate with the councillors, but when it comes to remuneration, it's not reflected. They earn more than, the councillors earn more than the headmen, according to what they say. And now his point is that them, as traditional leaders or headmen, they are more involved with the communities down on the ground, more than what councillors are. So he says, please look into the issues of their salaries. Also concerned about the section 20 of the law. And he's also referred to unproclaimed villages. He says he needs proper, thorough discussion on that particular matter of unproclaimed villages.
Okay. And he's also protesting.
Yeah, but he also said happy birthday to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Let me accede to the protest because he said happy birthday.
He did.
And take 2 more hands. 2 more. Two more. Kela bo mama. Abo baba ngiyabayeka. Ngiyabayeka bo baba. Kela bo mama manje. Kela umama nangu mama.
Ke a leboha Deputy President. Ha o bua mona o bila monate. O bolela hore partnership ena e se be ya fella ka jeno le. Re file mantswe a monate. Mme wena mo primary wa rona. Le boletse hore le tlo tadima dintho tsena. Mme re le thabetse. E se la re phoqa la re bintsha pina a tshwene ya mehlaena. Re a leboha. Hona bontate ba se ba bile mantswe a mangata. Makhanselara a iketsetsa ka mokgwa a ratang metseng ya rona. Ba tjheka le dikwari ba di tlwele di le jwalo pula dina ke mathata. Hobane ha ba re kopi ba ikenela fela ba etsa ditsela ba na taba. Ha ba kgathalle hore na mang ke mang. Ba iketsetsa ka moo ratang ka teng ka bona. Re kopa ho na le ntate a buile monare kopano ya makhanselara le marena ha e hantle ho hang ha e hantle. Mantse ntho tse ngata se di buile mona ke batla go qetela ka nthena. Re marena re ne go fuwe di-officing tsa rona ditempe tsa hore batho ba batla mangolo a ho ya dibankeng kapa ho ya kae ba tsebe ho thusa batho. Empa dintho tseo tsohle mangolo a rona ha nkwe le dibankeng. Ho nkwa a makhanselara fela. Ha re tsena hobane la re ka ba ra ngola hantle ra etsa ka mokgo ba ngotseng ka teng re ba itsisa mono ha hona le tele ba lenkang. Ba re batla lengolo la lekhanselara. Empa morena ke yena ya dulang le matsiu ya kokotelwang etsetswa ntho tsena kaofela. Makhanselara a fuwa tjhelete e ngata. Budget ba kore o ka utlwa bile ba bua ba ha re no ya pitsong ya marena bana ba re fe mesebetsi. Jwale hleng re kopeng le rona re fele re ngwathele re tsebe ho bona tjhaba sena se buswang ke rona. Se ha ba lapile kore ho na le ntate a buile mona ha ba lapile ha o tama o ntsha mokotlaneng wa hao wa haua o thuse batho bana. Empa ha re thuse ka letho. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, you want to speak? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, as we get the microphone to him, to her DP, Mayor appreciates your speech, especially the part where you are appealing for a continued partnership between them and the government. She's appealed to Premier Ntombela to prioritize looking into their concerns. Again, a concern on ward councillors. She says they do as they please. They would come and work in the villages without even seeking permission from them or consulting with them. And she's also spoken about the issues of stamps. Apparently they were given stamps wherein they can make affidavits for their communities. But those affidavits or letters, they are not recognized and accepted by institutions like your banks. Letters from councillors are given much more preference than theirs. Theirs are not accepted as well. So she's appealed that it should be looked into. And yeah, salaries again.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Ke a leboga motlatsa mo presidente wa naga ke ise tlotlo yotlhe go boeteledipele bo boteng fano modulasetulo wa ntlo ya rona ya naga Nkosikazi Mohlauli mopremieri wa rona chairperson of the provincial house Morena Neo Mopedi DM Bapela and DM Squacha, all members of the executive lebotli marena rona ke le dumedisa ka pula. DP, let me just take this moment. Ke nagana gore go botlhokwa gore re go tlhonolofatse pele ga ke bua jaaka motlatsa modulasetulo ke re o gole mo letsatsing leno number 6 verse 24 to 26 says may the Lord bless you and keep you, may the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you, may the Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. Re o gole e ka modimo a ka go sireletsa ka nako tsotlhe masego le matlhogonolo. Go builwe go le gontsi for the sake of the collective. Today I'm on the side of the fence.
Yes, I can see.
Ke tlile go bua puo ya gaetsho. Go nnile lobaka tsela e tsamailweng ke shebile ke lebelletse bokgosana moroka ba ba simolotseng ntlo eno ya rona ya Freistata. Mme dikgang tse di buiwang gompieno ga se dikgang dipe tse di ntšha, ga go sepe se sešwa. Ke rata fela ka go ema ke re ke nako ya accountability. Ha ke batle re tswa mo a ke re buile re feditse re utlwile re binile pina e ya tshwene re binile ka soprano ka tenor ka bass mme yaanong ke nako ya gore e re ha re tswa fa motlatsa mo president e be re itse gore mo nakong e sa fediseng pelo a ke matsatsi a le 14 a ke matsatsi a le makana re tla be re setse re bona gore re kgapela kae. E nngwe ke e kgang e ke naganang gore ha re e tlhagise sentle ya badiredipuso a re se ka ra bua fela ka masepala re bue le ka badiredipuso ba e leng gore ha ba bone bogosi ka sepe. Mme ke bona fa kgangkgolelo tshimologo ya dikgang tse tsotlhe ke political education ka gore ha e ne le gore batho ba rona ba itse go tloga ko ba tswang teng gore ba tshwanetse go tsamaisana le go dirisana le bogosi jang e ka be re sa kopane le mathata re nang le one a. Mme ke rata go rotloetsa thata gore we need a different type of thinking around how we interact with the institution of traditional leadership across all sectors. President. The last one, ke go challenge gore Deputy President o nne champion ya Invest Rural. Re batla go bona e se kgang ya gore ke rona magosi re tlileng ka moonono mme re bone wena o etella pele ka gore re bone bontle bo bo dirileng ko provinceng ya Freistata ha o ntse le mo premier mme re tshepa gore ka gore wa tlhaloganya o Mpumalanga, apologies, mme ka gore wa tlhaloganya re tsaya gore o na le tšhono ya gore o re etelle pele o bone o re bontshe bontle bo bo ka kgonagalang. Ke itse tota gore o tlhaloganya gore ha re Invest Rural re bua ka moruo tota wa Afrika Borwa. Ke a leboga.
Okay, thank you very much to my traditional leaders. I think I should leave it there and request the table to respond. I'm going to start with those that can speak the language. Those that can't speak the language will be last. They know themselves. Come, Premier.
Okay, if I can just translate
Yes.
what Morena
I
was
heard-
saying.
I heard
you had the
some.
birthday blessings, certainly,
Yes.
in the Bible verse.
That I heard. That I heard.
What
And the verse,
in the verse, yes.
repeat the verse.
Must I repeat the verse?
Yes.
Can I read the Numbers? Chapter
Repeat the verse.
Chapter 6. Numbers 6, chapter 24 to 26.
Which?
What it says? Numbers.
Numbers.
The book of Numbers,
Yeah.
chapter 24 to 26.
Okay.
Yes, DP. Morena was saying
What
that.
does it say?
I'll tell you just now. I'll Google it and tell you just now. Morena was basically saying that all the concerns that have been raised in this gathering are not necessarily new. It's things that they have raised before. However, she says she believes now it's time for accountability and basically requesting time frames to some of the commitments that will be made in this gathering. She also says that it's challenges that they experience as traditional leaders are not necessarily only from the local government sphere, but from government officials as in general. She says government officials do not recognize traditional leadership, but comes up with a solution to say that it probably goes back to the issue of lack of political education. If they could be given that background as to the importance of traditional leadership, that will help. She's also put out a challenge to you to become a champion of Investor Rural. She says they have seen the wonders that you did during your tenure as the Premier of Mpumalanga, and they believe that you could do the same in the province. Thank you.
The verse.
The verse, I'm just going to get my phone and Google it for you.
Okay. Okay. All right, come, Premier.
Matata aruna Muren utsiba liseuri sihlokang Tape Dita amkuluhela Luhela odimo ondati libine ngosana osana odimo osana odimo Odimo ondati Ribine osana Osana Odimo 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 ondati Ke a leboha. Ka di 7 Morena Neo tsa September re tlabe re kopana le lona le ntlo ka di 7 tsa September. Ka di 7 tsa September re tlabe re letlela le karabo ya lona ya hore ditaba tsa dikoloi tsa khale ya dikoloi tse ntjha di tla qalaneng le di fumananeng. Ka di 7 tsa September re tlabe re se re buile ka taba ena ya hore megolo ena ya 2,000 per month re tla kgona ho etsa jwang hore re e nyolose. Ditletlebo tsena tse di buileng ka tsona, all MECs e tla ba compulsory, e tla be le hore ke ka like it or not hore ba be teng kopanong eo ya rona ya kgwedi ya lona ya September ka di 7 tsa September. Khosatsana more ya ntho re tla tlameha hore ke kitle o go butse marena a mono kaofela ke re tlo dula fatshe ke re tlo busana re bena le ditaba nna le marena ha o ka Thabanchu ka mo re tlo bona hore re thusana jwang. Taba ya pele le a tseba kaofela marena hore Mangaung e ne ena le mathata e ntse ena le mathata. masepala wa Mangaung le a tseba ke re ra tseba hore ho ntse ho na le mathata ho ne ho na le mathata le a tseba ha ona motho a sa leng mme mmuso wa rona ke hona o keneng o itahletseng ka setokwana ka setotswana ebile ho keneng nationally ho leka ho kena dipakeng ho re thusa empa he re tla etsa bonnete ba hore re kenelle o ko bitse kopano re tle hae o bitse marena ha o kaofela a di district re tlo se ba o buang ka ditaba tsena tse le buileng tsona ha ke tlo hlolwa ke president ke deputy president hore a tle Thabane village ke soye e tla re ha fihla wa nthola se ke tswa teng se ke tswa kwala bohlaswa e ga fihla so thwa mme Mantomelo sa fihle o la kwala bohlaswa qetella so re tla kopanang pele nna le wena re hlola re bua ka tsengata re tla boha date ya hore o bitsaneng re bone hore re thusanang jwang ka nako ngwe tabo ya dikolo mara ka di 7 ntate Tate Makgotla ba le teng kopanong ke se ke re le tla hlaisa ena hore dikolo di ya kwala re tlo tseba ho utlwisisa hore ke eng hobane ka nako ngwe o fihlela hore sekolo ho so setse bana ba babedi ba bararo ba bahlano e mongwe etsa grade R o mong e mong ke etsa 2 o mong e mong etsa grade 5 o mong o fihlele go matitjhere a mararo for ngwana 1111 jwale o botho bana ha bempe ba yonkuwe ba isiwe re ba ise mo ba tla fitla teng ba tla fitla ba kena sekolo ba kenelwa mara re ke se ke ka araba e be ile go mohlang ho ntate Tate Makgwe o tla ikarabella so ka di 7 re tla leka hore re arabeng dipotso tseo kaofela tse ntse le buang ka tsona ke rata le ena e reng hoba re se re buile ne go kopane le masole hore how do we take back the economy to the village hore re etseng ha re etsa malwala ska re nka agriculture re ise le lwala re le ise deep di villages so that batho ba khutlele di villages ba ilo sebetsa teng ba be ba aheteng ba be ba ahele matloteng hobane ba tla makeisheneng mo ba thola mikhu ba kena mikhuku eno ha ona ditsha e ba meferefere so ke nana hore ka di 7 re tla lekang ho discussa ditaba tseo kaofela tse re di buileng mona marena ka re utlwana ma ke re bana beso 7 ha hona hore ka tjhetja re ye merieng marena le batho ba bohlokwa ke batla ho itsho mona political parties ke itsholo ho lona hwalwanwa hona le mathata ke a tseba hore le kgathalla mmuso wa lona le kgathalla le mokgatlo wa lona it can't be you ele bang vulnerable it can't be you ele lwana wa bona ho ka lwana lona setjhaba sa setso re fedile lona le tshepo ya rona jwale wa tseba hore ke tswa lelapeng la borena ha o na le ngwana ya hlophehileng a senang letho mathela boreneng ha o na le malapa a lwanang a senang ho lwana nnete mme le ntate ba lwana mathela boreneng ha o na le eng kapa eng ho batluwa hore bana uwe dikerekeng ho etswang ho mathelwa boreneng ma boreneng it's a hope ya the community it can't be right ha morena botsa a re o batla ko etsetse eng e monga ba re morena ke batla o mphe power le tšhelete morena re batla ntho tse kotsi hobane ha o go fe power le tšhelete o baka dintho tseo ke ke beng wa sheba setjhaba ka yona morena Solomon o batla ko fe eng morena ke batla o mfe bohlale ke etelle setjhaba sa hao pele ke se ntshe bofumeng tšhelete le power ke yone re beile mo re leng teng ka jeno re tena re le setjhaba se sa tsebeng mo se yang teng batho ba bo rona ba sotleile batho ba bo rona ba robala ka nkatana ke ka baka la power le tšhelete marena you are the only hope to take us back ke a le kopa Re tshwanela ho le hlokomela. Re tlo le hlokomela. Mara le ske la lahleha. Jwalo ka ha rona di politician re tswile tseleng. Ka di 7 re tla kopana le wena ntate Neo le batho ba lona. Re tlo bua mathata. Hopola marena lona a re ntshitse tetebeng. Le ske la wela la tshwana le rona. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Premier. The meeting of the 7th. It's a very important meeting. Now, I know, Premier, it's your meeting with traditional leaders, going to discuss issues that were raised here and some other issues. If I may suggest that if we can have our mayors on that day, because I hear you raise issues that affect local government, the conflict that is between you and the councillors. Now, what we're trying to build here, it's a true partnership that is founded on respect, mutual respect. Kuzofanele ukuthi sihloniphane. Manje ke ngiyezwa nikhala ngenhlonipho ukuthi anihlonishwa nina. You are not respected. So I'm just requesting to the Premier that let's also invite mayors so that we have a comprehensive discussion that affects the entire family. Now, the issues that the chair of the National House presented, I'm tasking the DG of the province and the DG of Cocta. Is the DG Cocta here? He's sick. Okay. Nationally, I think our office must separate the issues together with the DG. There are issues that belong to national government. Separate them. There are issues that belong to the province. So that on that day, on the 7th, we'll be having a document to say, from the issues that you have raised, these issues belong to the province, these issues belong to the national government, these issues belong to your local government. And then we're going to treat these issues as such. Dear Mbapela.
Thank you, Deputy President. Just it's a tharo fela. Ya pele ke molao ona wa TKLA, Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. Hore ha o tlhalose hantle di roles tsa matona kapa di headmen and headwomen. Also le lebitso le la di headmen le di headwomen anke le shebisiswe hantle. So go tlo etsahalang ka molao ona gona no go kene di amendments tse leng gore ke di technical di le parlamenteng se di tsene ka hara parliament tse leng gore di la di tlhagisa ha se lona fela Free State, Eastern Cape di tlhagisitse, KwaZulu-Natal di tlhagisitse, Limpopo le other provinces. So re emetse gore ntlu ya national high se e beilwe re hope tshepa gore ka September tla be se beilwe semmuso ba dinke ka ofela ditaba tse ba di tlakantse be ntwe 1 e be le hore he ba etsa ntwe ba reng ke substantive amendment proposal ya molao o wa TKLA e tla includang le ma Khoisan gore kantle le recognition ana re tsena jwang tabeng ya bona ya dipuso tse leng gore ba tlo ba le tsona so that le bona ba tlhagelle mo molaong ona ba matlafetse le bona. So then re tla emela he the National House se beilwe semmuso and then itla ya ko parlamenteng gape ba lo ishebisisa ka nako e leng gore tla be se process so ke lona le process le other provinces le dintlo kaofela. Ya bobedi da ke taba e ya demarcation ya di-wards le di-masepala wa re ya tshwenya go na le commission e yentsweng ke demarcation board se go na le report e leng gore se tlhaeletse re tla ro e shebisisa gore na e reng ho ya pele so a ke na report hona no gore nka e beya mona mo kgotleng gore yona e feletse kae mara ke taba e tlhokisang boroko gore di-wards le di-jurisdictions tsa dikgosi di kopane ha di tsamaisane sentle and as a result e createile confusion e leng gore la e tlhagisa. Ya boraro ke taba ya megolo ya marena remuneration eo ke e leng gore e mo commissioning e tswang pele ke mo deputy president ka hobane remuneration e tswa ke batho ba le di-judge tse re di kgethileng ke bona ba determinang di-remuneration tsa di-councillor tsa magosi tsa di-MPs le di-ministers e mo however ka mo tabeng tsa di-trade and tools of trade province ka province e tla ba le chapter tsa yona mara rona re tlo etsa ntho ba reng ke standard national standard so that province engwe le engwe ha e sa ba ko tlase tshwantse e be in the minimum standard sa di-tools and trade ya ko pele ke e leng gore re sa buisana ka yona ya le ke reportile gore go na le IMTT e tlo bontshanang ka yona but ya remunerations ba thomile ba buisana le magosi di-judge tse le gore ba tlo kgona bona taba e ya gore le gola jwang compared to the councillor compared to the MPs jwalo so e tla re report se ba le ready ba tla itlhaisa gore ba reng ke national agenda le province ka se kgone e kena eo and then ya mafello ke taba ya hall to hall gore di-power tsa di-masepala di nkile le matla a itseng a bogosi ka nako le re etsa chapter 7 ya constitution e leng gore le yona chapter 7 eo go kopiwa gore e shebisiswe and e amendiwe e fe matlanyana a itseng or matla a itseng go bogosing go mareneng and then e santsane le mo program e re beileng gore ya IMT e shebile ka di-powers and functions of traditional leaders e tla kena mo and then ya di-relationship le di-councillor ke ya mafello ke e ya gore the section 81 ya Municipal Structures Act e amendiwe ke TKLA ka go fa matla gore role ya dimakgosi tlo ba eng ke molao leng gore o fetsa o kena yanong se molaong re tshwantse re lo e shebisisa re tlise di-workshop ka yona le training capacity gore go ya ko pele councilora go ya ko pele kgosi ke ka mokgwa molao o reng le sebedisaneng ka teng se e amendiwe substantively but a re lo ithuta ka yona re bone gore na e le fitlisa mo le reng gore le tla kgotsofala le lona gore dilo tse di be teng but tse ding ke di-attitude mutual respect as deputy president ntse bua le tsona re di lokiseng during those capacity training and building exercises so that borena le bo councilora bo tsamaelane sentle ke a leboga.
Thank you, DM Bapela. I think let's emphasize the issue of training. If you want people to behave in a particular way, you must teach them, you must train them. It will take us a bit of time, but I'm sure we'll get there one day. So in everything we do, let's train our traditional leaders, let's train our councillors so that they understand exactly their roles and how they should treat one another. My interpreter will come now because I'm calling TM Squash.
You must come to Tabanchu.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. There's a Zulu war song that says, "Ungaboy qalimpi." Uqala? Oh, okay, yeah. Because after the address by the Premier, when she was cautioning that people should not speak English, I'm the one who started saying, why are we not speaking our own language? Now, everybody has followed by speaking the language. Now I'm stuck. But, so I got a crash course. I'm a first learner from the chair on the other side. And I'll say it as he taught me just a few seconds ago. Ling na fela o batla translation jwale. Oh, king na. Thank you. Yeah, okay. But on a serious note, there was no question to me. I can only say, I will visit. Wendy, stand up. Oh, but you took the details, ne? She's the person who makes me tick. She's my PA. So we will go to Tabanchu. I might even go before the Premier. So I'll go to Tabanchu. Even my chief director is here. We are listening to the person who says he wants a smart city. But he must take serious what the Deputy President is saying. It goes with you sitting some powers when you want that smart city. Chance,
Yes, DM. Deputy Minister o tshepisa hore o tla etela Thabanchu. Me
No, you can.
Oh, ore o tla
Ke a caucus le yena.
o tla etela pele Premier a etela jwale Premier re never. Tabeng ya di smart city ntatana bua ka di smart city are taba e Deputy President a buileng ka ona o inkele hlong hobane ke ya bohlokwa hore ha ditla kana go mo di etsa hore le lahlelwe ke matla o lenang le ona.
The other thing that was whispered into my ear, which my acting chief director would meet with you, Chair, immediately after this, is Metsima. Yes, Lodge, ne? Ntatem this. Can you stand up so that they can see you? Yes, yeah, that's the person that is going to meet him. Then as it relates to time frames, I hear people are, which is very important, so that we don't just speak and speak and speak, there are no time frames. You know, Deputy President, when it comes to time frames, I like them, but sometimes with the Deputy President, he can create a very scary situation. He throws you into a deep end when you think you are not ready. You know the summit that we had in May, truth be told, we who were leading that process felt that it's too soon. DM Bapela was suggesting September. In as far as DM Bapela is concerned, we ought not to have had it yet. So the Deputy Chair, myself, and Minister Titiza tried to approach the Deputy President and said, can't we have it at the end of June? And he dismissed us on the spot and said, let's have it now. So I don't really think we should be worried about time frames. And I think he has proved it beyond reasonable doubt. A Deputy President in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks
comes twice to an area. And I can assure you, Premier, that DM Babela and I are wholeheartedly committed to this project. This project has the potential of changing the shape of South Africa and bringing a better situation. Who cannot want to be remembered for having delivered such a project? Guided and led by the Deputy President. Sizobe sikhona, sizobuya, sizawahamba nani. Thank you very much.
Taba eo Motlatsaletona a buang ka ona ke hore ho na le molaodi e moholo ya tshwereng mokobobo kantorong ya hae ke Ntate Modiso o la ema o tla kopana le modulasetulo wa ntlo ya marena province mabapi le taba tse amanang le lodge ya metsi matsho o tla kopana le wena hang ka mora mona mabapi le hore na dingongoro tsena tse builweng kwano ba di fana ko e kae bona jolo ka mmuso o bontshitse mona Motlatsaletona Ntate Skwatsha hore ha ba batle ho beha nako fela ka ho ba sebetsa le modulasetulo le Deputy President ya tlolang majato ka pele bana le tshepo ya hore taba tsena di tla phethahala ka pele jalo o latea mohlala hore hona le seboka se neng se tshwere ka kgwedi ya Motsheanong yena Deputy Minister Skwatsha Deputy Minister Bapela bene ba nahana hore ha iso ka eba nako ba nahana se tshware ka September fela Deputy President a re Islamia se tshware ka Mme o na etsa mohlala fela hore ke motho ya tatileng ha o tloa tabeng tsena tsa marena jalo na le tshepo ya hore ka pele o tla ba arabetse mona ba etsa mohlala hore beke tse pedi tse tharo tse fitileng Deputy President o na le teng Free State ke eno o khutlile seno se ya bontsha hore ditaba tsa marena o dinkela hlohong jwale ba entse boitlamo hore ba tla boela ba khutla hobane project ena ya ho lekola dingongoro tsa marena ho ya ka task team e theilweng ke bo president ba enka ile project e bohlokwa haholo e lokelang ho ntshetsa naha pele.
Thank you very much. It looks like you'll have to proceed again. Because now I'm going to call the national chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. You don't need a translator?
I do.
You do, okay.
Nanza inyusa ke mna ke motelele program director today sina program director ongu DP and usuku abusile ngosuku lwakho ozalwa ngalo sekela mongameli wezwe the chairperson of the Provincial House and the deputy amakhosi kaufela premier ne team yakho DMs bobabini kade sihamba nani indlela sihamba yonke ihulumende administration. Mine is just to first ndithi kuni sisebenzile. Remember, Princess, that we have been given this baton in 2017 that we need to have a land summit. I really ramata until towards the end of the term, 5 years. But what I appreciate, Guri, President gave us DP to assist us, working with about DM. What I believe in leadership, Guri, batlatsi kibona batho ba tshwanela hore ba bereke le rona aphe makhaya. I-deputies ngabo aba implementayo umsebenzi. Chairs nabanye bangasentla, they are the faces of the organization. So uma unesekela asiba unabantu ecaleni kwakho behamba ne-administration. Ungabhekabheki uthi ndifuna upresident of the country. U-DP is here. We will implement. So abona amandla wakho. We also
were given by uMakhosi task yokuthi sathi no more debate. Sifuna i-dialogue. Sithethe. Ngoba i-debate yenye into yenza ukuthi sometimes nibone ningathethi kahle. We wanted to sithethe si relaxile. We did that. Let me also appreciate ukuthi Makhosi ninike sibaka sawuri ndikhokhele indlu yobukhosi. Aba sikhathi sincane se 5 months you gave me that chance. Regardless bandingumfazi, you showed me that you respect inkosi regardless gender, and you led by example. Ngoba nibonakalisa ukuthi we walk the talk as a bukhosi. We can allow abomama bakhokhele. I'm also saying to you now, this may be my last engagement as the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Now, as we're supposed to be reconstituted as the National House in June, but there are delays, which includes what has been raised here by chairperson of this province. That is an issue of representation. Umlao uri, retwanete uri, ribenali babome by 8 ko national. Impa we've got only 4. We are stuck. You can't move forward. And the issues are based what has been raised here, with amakhosi, shortage yawa amakhosi. So ufuneke umlao must be amended to allow you banikwazi participate fully. But this month, also August month, masikhumbule ukuthi is a women's month. But as amakhosi program director, we have been dealing with the issues of gender-based violence, leading as amakhosi through our programs. That includes initiation. Initiation is not about what people are talking about. Siskolo, school. Apha abantwana bafundiswayo ngobana to be responsible citizens. And I still need ukuthi we need to sifundisa abantu what means to be a citizen in South Africa. That will be assisting, addressing issues which were raised here by the Premier. Premier, we need to protect what we have. I'm always talking about ABCD, that is asset-based community development. When you look at what you have as that community, respecting even those buildings, which are left there, there's no one but. For you, your role is just to make sure that you use them as an asset. That is also looking at the elderly people for indigenous knowledge. And also the youth, they've got a lot of skills. But I'm sure you are just summarizing because is against us. But coming to also the issue of social cohesion in nation building, I think Program DP, we need also to use a moral regeneration movement here. Let's revive moral regeneration movement. It's there, they've got a dialogue today, the national one, the national dialogue. But let's revive these structures. Up at my provinces, premiers, I'm sure good offices in. Let's revive that structure. But what was also key, which was raised by the DP here, no competition. But what? Let's just assist one another. Singakupisani. Competition kills. Let's complement one another rather than competing. That is leadership, yobukosi, that is in councillors and whoever is there. The other key issue where I've just picked it up, the reporting. Reporting back to the people who have sent you. It's very key. I was at Princess TC. Nina nisazofika pa at the pin, saya no premium. I'm from there. I arrived there on Sunday. I've been there. Sakha izindlu zomama. Zeniyoyibona indlu esakhileyo pha DG. Nizosibona izindlu pha started 2 houses there. As abomama. MSC for Social Development was there. Namakhosi kaFela, they were there. We wanted to show ubuntu, but we're still there. Ilima litsima. We wanted to promote that because there were students there with us, showing that we can do more. Sisebenzisa ilitsima. When coming to the end, there's this a language which is always used, the pipeline. Everything's pipeline. I think it depends how long is the pipe. Pipe. So, final city pipeline, let's keep on checking. Hey, how telele is this pipe? Silungisela into window to sing I think those good pipeline each and every time, but let's keep on checking. I can't talk more about the bringing hope, bringing back the hope about doing, but we'll do that. Kasilwa ne dependency syndrome. Ukuthi abantu bafunde ukuzenzela. How do we do that? Njoba makhosi sethula, I won't repeat makhosi what we have said because we have sent at us. None we have been sent by your communities. Umrena have said everything about the capacitation of international councils. And having capacitation is also assisting us it's many partnerships. Working with partners is very key because you won't be able ukwazi ukusebenza wedwa. But ukubenza partners awukwazi ukwenza without being capacitated. Kuthiwe neza resources phaya imigodi lesinayo, how do we use that money? The competing twins, that is umasipala nobukhosi. I think that we've been talking about this amawele akho or Kokta, that is minister, amawele akho twins, Ukokta municipalities. We have been talking about this. We need to find a way yokuthi to balance resourcing yazo zonke. But what is important for today, the amendment also of the act to allow all structures of Bukhosi to work together because our headmen, they've been raising their issues. In fact, we have been raising all issues regardless of level of traditional leadership. But we need also to look at that amendment, working together, but talking about your amendment needed Upper Free State, and some of the issues angazeza Upper Free State led by Premier Weitu. As national. Khoisan issues, we are with you, we've been working with you, you've got your commission which is still working with you. But we'll need to find out how can we revive your council, because we can't just stand here and say we are reviving the council, because we depend on you as Khoisan that we can revive the council. You remember there were issues even during the land summit. You are not together. You still need to be assisted to work together as Khoisan. So we are looking forward to assist you. But today, moving forward, I'm happy, Premier, you have indicated how we are going to move forward, having your own meetings here. 7th is very key. You had your own meeting 7th of April, now it's going to be 7th of September. So keep 7th in your minds. So wishing you all the best. The task teams are will be working with you. Siyabonga, Sekela Mangamele kakhulu, amakhosi, keep on united. Siyabonga kakhulu, we are there with you.
Meki yana modulo stulo wa ntlo ya marena boemong ba naha. O qadile ka ho hlalosa hore e sale ba mathalebelo ka leeto lena la ho etella pele ntlo ya marena boemong ba naha ka 2017. Hara tse ding tse bane ba lokela ho di etsa ko hore be le seboka se tlang ho shebana le ditaba tsa lefatshe. Taba e nngwe a buileng ka ona ke ya hore ba lokela lona jwalo ka marena le lokela ho sebetsa mmoho le batlatsi ba matona mohlala motlatsa letona Ntate Bapela le motlatsa letona Ntate Skwatsha. lehlakoreng la ho arabela dingongoreo tsa lona. Jwale o itse ha ba kena mosebetsing e nngwe ya dintho tseo ba neng ba lokela ho di etsa ko etsa bonnete ba hore ha o be le dingangisano pakeng tsa marena empa ho ba le dipuisano le kgone ho utlwisisana ka dintlha tseo le tlamehang ho bua ka tsona. A hlalosa hore o thabetse monyetla wa ho etella pele ntlo ena le hoja e le motho wa mme a leboha tshehetso ya ifumaneng hore ke motho wa mme fela o eteletse pele ntlo ya marena. Jwale taba e nngwe a buileng ka ona mona ke hore molao o hlalosa hore boemong bana ntlo e lokela ho ho ba le bomme ba robedi kaofela empa ho fihla hakana ke bomme ba bane fela. Jwale a hlalosa hore ke teng moo santse ho bonahala eka sekepe se kgitletse teng hanyane. O hlalositse hore ka nna ba ke lekgetlo la ho qetela bua le lona hoba nako ya hae ya tshebetso e fedile. Athe ho feta mo nthong hape a buileng ka ona ke hore bona jwalo ka ntlo ya marena ba eteletse pele ntwa kgahlano le tlhekefetso ya bana le basadi, gender based violence. A ba bua le ka taba ya mephato hore mophato ke sekolo bakeng sa bana ka ha o ba ruta hore ebe baahi bana ya Afrika Borwa ba nang le maikarabelo nakong e tlang. O buile le ka taba ya kaho ya setjhaba mona ma buileng ka taba ya moral regeneration movement le mokgatlo wa tsosoloso ya boitshwaro bohlokwa ba yona taba eo he. O ipileditse ho lona hore le se ke la batla ho hlodisana hore mang a batla ho ba ka hodimo mang fela le lokela ho sebetsa mmoho bakeng sa hore dikarolo tsa lona le mesebetsi ya lona e kgone hore e tshehetsane ka hohle hohle ka moo ka kgonahalang ka teng. O buile hore sala le teng ho tloha ka Sontaha bene ba le Thabanchu mane le letona la social development mo ba nehelaneng ka matlo a mabedi le ho bontsha hore bomme kapa basadi le bona ba kgona hore ba fihlelle dintho tse kgolo haholo ka tshebedisano mmoho. Jwale a re boholo ba nako o tla bontsha ho thwe dintho they are in the pipeline. Jwale o batla emela ho bona hore na pipe ena kapa peipi ena e telele ha kae fela he. O hlalositse bona hore ho tla lokela hore ho be le ho lekalekana ha di sebediswa bakeng sa lefapha lena la COGTA lehlakore la ntshetsopele ya taba tsa marena. O buile le ka amendment kapa ditokiso tseo le buileng ka tsona hore le batla ho di bona di etsahala mane molaong o le tsamaisa mo a hlalositseng hore o tla lokela hore molao o dumelle dibopeho kaofela tse teng tsa borena ka rona ya Afrika Borwa hore di kgone hore di sebetse mmoho ska thuye mong hodimo ye mong jwalo jwalo. Mabapi le taba ya ntate ya morabe wa Khoisan o boletse hore ba tla sebetsa le bona fela ba tla lokela ho qala ka ho fumana hore na ke eng se ba ka se etsa lehlakore la ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba tsosolosa lekgotla la morabe wa Khoisan le neng le le teng. O itse o thabetse hore tona kgolo sa bontshitse hore tjhebelo pele tloa mona ho ya pele hore ka di 7 tsa September o tla etela mo Thabanchu he a ipiletsa ho lona hore le dule le sebetsa mmoho le kopane. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you are not going to leave. I'm still here. Thank you, Chairperson of the National House, our Chairperson of the House in the province, Deputy Chairperson, and our traditional leaders. Thank you for the day. I think you have made your presentations. We've heard you. I've heard you. And what is left now is to process these matters going forward. We welcome the commitment by the Premier, the meeting of the 7th, which on the side of the province, that will be the beginning. We're not going to disengage. It will be the beginning of really trying to walk the talk. In that meeting, we request the Premier to invite the mayors, and also from our side as national government, we'll request that TM Bapela and TM Squasher be present in that meeting. Ngaleyo ndlela sizobe sesiphelele. Sizothi uma sikhuluma indaba siphelele. Uma kuno Squasher, kuno Bapela, kusho ukuthi nami ngikhona kulo mhlangano. That means I'm there. Ngoba bazongitshela indaba enizikhulumayo. So that meeting must happen, and that is the beginning of this long, tedious journey. I wish that meeting very well. Now, I've heard you talking about conflicts in 3 areas. Conflicts amongst yourself as traditional leaders. There is no stability amongst yourself. Conflicts between yourself and councillors. This must stop. There can't be forward movement where there's a conflict. There can't be a struggle that can be waged successfully where people are fighting, because they are not paying attention to what they must do. They continue to fight and leave their responsibility. So amongst yourself, please, let's find a way, Premier, of resolving our issues amongst our traditional leaders, a conflict resolution mechanism that will be there for years, so that we use this mechanism to deal with our challenges. This one of councillors and yourself, it has been a long-standing thing, and it borders almost around disrespect of one another. And I take it is from our children, our councillors, who don't respect the institution. Because traditional leaders belong to an institution that was there before we were born. Now, if you respect the institution, you will respect the incumbents. And you'll find a way of raising issues with the incumbents without personalizing issues, but respecting the institution. This we must work on it. And we must overcome these conflicts. We, as people, as black people, for us, for our progress, we must avoid fighting amongst ourselves. Then we're going to make progress. Must avoid these petty jealousies that perpetually cause us to fight amongst ourselves. We must say no. Must learn to respect one another and hold one another. Then we'll make progress. Make progress. Now, Chairperson of the National House, I hear you are talking about this long pipe. Issues are in the pipeline, This time we are together. You are also responsible to see that the issues in the pipe are moving. Yes. You see, let us not continuously blame one another. Let us focus on the work at hand. You see, you have told me that there's a project that you are doing, there's a Litsima that you have started. Instead of me asking you about questions about this Litsima, I'm going to join you and demonstrate that it's possible. It's possible. Instead, I must lend a hand. I must lend a hand and support your work. And this time I'm going to do it in Tabanchu, in that village that DM Squasha will visit. So I'm going to do a Litsima there. The issue here, we're talking, but what I know is that where you live, the rate of unemployment is high. Our people are hungry. Our people are poor. And we're talking. Now, the responsibility that is on our shoulders is to go and deal with that problem. So I welcome the document that was presented to us by traditional leaders. It was a very good effort to say we want to invest in our rural areas. Invest rural. Now, if we want to invest rural, we must focus. We must know what we want. We must know what we want, because first things first. You must have a road, you must have a school, you must have a clinic, you must have electricity, you must have water. Those things are basic. But ngapha mina ngiba confused ngoba aninamanzi anamgwaqo kodwa ningikhomba le nithi asiye ngapha. No. Let's start with the basic things that affect your people. Abantu balambile. And we're talking about this communal land, and we are saying, let's make this communal land productive so that people can produce food. Let's allow government to support you to till the land so that we can have food. Angazi ukuthi iyazwakala le ndaba ukuthi asambeni siyokwenza ukudla. Let's go and till the land. Mina ngiyayizwa ke indaba yeni ethi no, we want more land. Want more land so that we can go and till the land. Sizolwa nale poverty esibhekene nayo. Sizolwa nale unemployment esibhekene nayo. That I can hear. So our focus, Premier, this document that has been presented to us to say, let's go and invest in our traditional communities, in our rural areas, I think should be the watchword. We must join hands and change the lives of our people there. Now, these communities are under stress. Social ills there. Gender-based violence. Women are being abused. Teenage pregnancy. Violation of basic human rights. It's getting more and more prevalent where we stay. It can be in the name of culture that abantwana abancane they just get pregnant in front of our eyes. It can be in the name of tradition that women are being beaten, that women are being killed. It can be in the name of customs. We are the custodians of culture, of tradition. we must stand up and say, no, it can't happen. These children and these women are in your hands. They demand safety. They demand life like yourself. It can't happen in our communities. It can't happen. Can't happen. So, as much as we try to address our problems of unemployment, of poverty and all that, let's deal with these social ills. Let's make it a point that these girl children that become pregnant at the age of 10, 14, 11, they are at school. They must go to school. Can't have a wife, a woman that can man a house who's 11 years old. Can't be. No. In fact, it's a shame. It's a shame on us. I don't remember any culture, any tradition that supports this. It can't happen. Today I'm talking with custodians of culture. These things are done in the name of culture. And we must say never. Well, thank you very much. I heard someone talking about the challenges that you experience when you're coming to this meeting. Transport and whatnot. It should be not a normal thing. Can't be normal. And we can't just keep quiet. Because you have raised that. For us who are responsible for arranging this meeting, we must say our apology to those people who have experienced this problem. Sorin, we thought everything is okay. And uma singakhoni ukuphatha nine kahle kusho ukuthi abanye abantu ngeke sikhona ukubaphatha kahle. Masibabize emhlanganweni sibayeke nje bazibonele ukuthi baphuma kanjani. Can be. So siyaxolisa on behalf of the Premier, the government in the province, our apology. Next time, in our next meeting on the 7th, it will be organized to the point. Once more, let me thank the House for spending time with us, for respecting us. Pelanina, nengama traditional leaders, tina sonke sima subject wenu. In fact, beningahlala ningezi la emhlanganweni. Kodwa ukuthi nifikile kusho ukuthi niyasihlonipha. Nathi futhi siyanihlonipha ngokunjalo. Ingathi inhlonipho le ingahlala phakathi kwethu. Thank you very much to all of you who have attended the meeting. I think we've come to the end of our program. Thank you very much. You'll allow the translation? You'll allow the translation? Yes. So that those who did not hear can, yes, try.
Motlatsa mo president o lebuile batho ba teng kwano kaofela mme a hlalosa hore o utlwile kaofela dillo tsa lona le dikopo tsa lona tse o le di tekileng ka pele ho botsamaisi kwano mme o boletse hore se setseng ha jolo ko re bona jolo ka puso ba khutlela morao ba lo sebetsana le tsona dingongoro tsa lona la o le jolo he a hlalosa hore o ananela boitlamo bo entsweng ke tonakgolo Ntombela mabapi le kopano ya di 7 Lwetse 7 September mme o boletse hore kopano eno e tla ba qaleho ya ho phethahatsa tse ding tsa dintho tse lokelang ho kengwa tshebetsong. La ho le jwalo he o kopile tonakgolo hore a meme jwalo kopanong eno boramotse kaofela, mme a ba hlalosa hore batlatsi ba matona ba teng kwano Ntate Squasha le Ntate Bapela e tla ba karolo ya kopano eno hobane ha ba le teng moo ho tshwana le ha le yena le teng hobane ha ba kgutlela morao ba tla mo jwetsa hore na ho no bua eng kopanong eno he. O itse kopano eno lokela ho etsahala jwang kapa jwang mabapi le taba ya dikgohlano tse teng pakeng tsa lona jwalo ka marena. Motlatsa Mopresidente o hlalositse hore taba eno lokela hore e tle e fele, le lokela ho fumana tsela hore le tle le sebedisane mmoho ka ha seno se hlokisa botsitso taba tsena tsa borena haeba le lwana ka bolona. Mabapi le dikgohlano tse teng pakeng tsa marena mmoho le makhanselara o boletse hore e lokela hore le yona e eme hobane ha ona le dintwa tse etsahalang ha o kgone ho ba le kgatelopele e fihlellwang dibakeng tsa rona, mme a bolela hore sena e ka nna ba ka lebaka la hore ho na le ho hlokeha ha hlompho ho teng pakeng tsa batho bana kaofela, empa ho lokela hore o tlo sebetsana le yona taba eno. O hlalositse hore jwalo ka batho ba batsho kgatelopele ya rona ka nako nngwe e thibelwa ke tsona dintwa tsa mofuta ona, jwale le lokela ho qoba ka nako tsohle hore ho ska ba le dintwa pakeng tsa lona jwalo ka baetapele ba setso. O boletse hore dintlha tsena tse hlahisitsweng kwano le dingongoreho ha wa lokela hore o supane ka monwana hore na mang o na lokela hore be o entse jwang, empa le lokela hore le sebetse mmoho bakeng sa ho etsa bonnete ba hore le fumana tharollo dintlheng tsena tseo le buileng ka tsona. Mabapi le taba eo modulasetulo a buileng ka yona ya letsema, Motlatsa Mopresidente o hlalositse mono he hore ha tlo botsa dipotso hore na letsema leo ke la eng jwang, empa sa tlang ho se etsa ko kenya letsoho a tshehetse, mme yena o tla etsa seno ka ho qala mane moo Ntate a bua ka teng hore mathata a teng Thabanchu mane Motlatsa Mopresidente o tla isa letsema la hae moo ho ya ka ma hlalositseng ka teng. Jwale o hlalositse hore moo le phelang teng hona le tlhokeho e kgolo ya mesebetsi, jwale le lokela hore le hle le qale mono hobane ke maikarabelo a lona jwalo ka marena ho leka ho bona hore na le thusetsa jwang tabeng ena ya tlhokeho ya mesebetsi e teng. Tokomaneng eo le fileng Motlatsa Mopresidente e buang ka botsetedi dibakeng tsa mahae Invest Rural, o boletse hore ba e amohela haholo jwalo ka mmuso, mme ba batla hore ho tlo sebetswe mmoho ka yona tokomane eno mekgahlelo kaofela ya mmuso bakeng sa ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba fetola maphelo a baahi ba province ena ya Free State. Jwale o hlalositse he hore ho tloha mona ho ya pele ho lokela hore ho qalwe ka dintho tsa motheo kore di basic things, mme ntho a buileng ka ona kore batho ba lapile fatshe mane ho lokela hore lefatshe ha le le teng le sebetswe hore ho be le dijo batho ba kgone hore ba tle ba je. Mabapi le ditaba tse seng monate tse ntseng di etsahala ka hare ho naha tsa GBV hara tse ding ho ima ha bana ba tlase dilemong, o hlalositse hore ke kgatikelo ka kakaretso ya ditokelo tsa botho, mme taba tsa mofuta ono di atile haholo matsatsing ana. Jwale ha batle ha ntse di etsahala ditaba tse ding ho thwe ke ka lebaka la setso mme a shapa ntate, ke ka lebaka la setso mme a bituwe, ke ka lebaka la setso ho etsahala ditaba tsa mofuta ona. Lokela hore lona jwalo ka ele lona batho ba eteletseng pele setso sa rona le lokela ho ema le se tshehetse ka hohle hohle. Mabapi le taba ya diphephetso tse Ntate a buileng ka tsona hore sa le ba emiswa nako e telele ha ba tla kopanong, Motlatsa Mopresidente o boletse hore ha ya lokela ho etsahala taba ya mofuta ono, a re le ba inele matsoho metsing ba kopa tshwarelo nakong e tlang ha ena etsahala. Ba itlama hore ka kopano ya di 7 tsa September ba tla etsa bonnete ba hore dihlophiso di maemong a hantle ho keke ha eba le mathata a mofuta ono hape. O lebohile bohle ba teng kwano, o lebohile le ntlo ya marena ka nako ya bona mmoho le ho ba hlompha, hlalosa hore le ba hlomphile jwalo ka mmuso, le bona jwalo ka mmuso ba le hlompha, mme a leboha motho e mong le e mong ya kenetseng kopano ena, mme ha phethela re e fedile jwalo kopano.
Thank you. Sizothatha a closing prayer. Uzasithandazela. Uzasithandazela ngibonile uphethe incwadi. Oh, there's an announcement? Yes, uzawuthandaza. Tichi, uzathuma ukuqeda ukwenza announcement bese uyamcela ukuthi asithandaze.
Okay. Yeah. Ubaba Sithole usothandaza. Okay. Mine is about the arrangement relating to the Food and Allied Workers Union needs the table of the DP will go to where we had our a briefing, and then the room next door, room 2, re kopa marena a sehloho le di mayara tsa rona tse teng ba be ka moo ka room 2, mme setjhaba sohle se teng marena ka re tla be se re fumana dijo tsa rona for ya re mono ebe ha o qeta ho fumana dijo o kena ka hara restaurant mono o lo dula fatshe o je ke taba ya dijo tseno ha restaurant ka ba e tla tlala re tla ya ka holo mono dining hall e hlophisitswe e tla ba overflow ke tsona ditsebiso tsa ka tseno moruti atamela o tlo re rapella pele moruti a rapela ha nna no notle moruti ke bao he ba tlo hlophisa taba tsa birthday happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear baby, happy birthday to you, happy birthday DP, happy birthday DP, happy birthday dear DP, happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Ke bo majoro bano, ke majoro ma Chabeng nkane, ke majoro wa setreke sa Fesile Davi, ke majoro wa Mkhaka, ke bo ntate ke bano. Bo mme ba ile kwana Pretoria. Meeting wa Salga. Hooray! Hip hip. Tunya rabone. 1, 2, 3. Yo Au, Mama Clara, uso fumane keiki yeo Keiki yena ya ho batlo kwa ba mmota. Re a leboha re tle kwala he mosebetsi wa rona. Thank you very much. We are about to pray. DP, we are about to pray. Or do they want you to take a photo? Yes, thank you. Stall.
Asithokozeni usomnini ukuthi ube nathi kusuka kwekuseni bekufike lesi sikhathi lesi bakuthi sonke sisikime sikwazi ukuthokoza umoya oyingcwele ukuthi ngiwe bekade sidosa phambili. Zimu wethu namandla njengoba nasiphambi kwakho nje baba wethu usilondile kusuka ekuseni nasikhulumako. Zimu wethu nikela amandla nobuhlakani ongekhe bezwisiseka ngamehlo umuntu wenyama kodwa ngamehlo wakho umoya oyingcwele nguwe waziko Zimu ukuthi usiqondise ukuthi senzeni. Father Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Lord, bless the leaders that are here, the Deputy President whose his birthday today, Lord. Father, let the gifts of the Holy Ghost be given to him, O Lord. Father, I pray all of this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. For you said, if we ask in your name, Lord, it shall be done. And I know, Father, that the wisdom you have given to these leaders that are here today, Lord, it cannot be measured. Father, I thank you for everything that we have discussed, Lord. We know that spiritually it has been done. Father, we thank you and bless the food that we're going to eat now, Lord. let it nourish our body, and bless the hands that have made it. Lord, we thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can we remain standing and allow the Deputy President to take leave? Okay, let's allow the Deputy President to take leave and the entourage. Re lebohile haholo marena rona tsatsi la rona le fella mona ha re babaleheng a re kgukela morao ka dipalangwang re a leboha.